Hello, wonderful people of the internet. Welcome back to another episode of Simuleos. Gibbous, Wineball, thank you guys so much for coming in. And anyone who might be lurking in chat, hey, thanks for being here. So today, I'm actually going to start with an algorithm archive PR before moving on to the terminal stuff, just because there is one thing that I think should be relatively quick to review and get out into the algorithm archive, and then we'll go from there. I need to start doing more algorithm archive PRs anyway, so this is a good thing to start working on. So let's go over here and let's go to github.com. And let's just do the review, and then we'll start doing the terminal stuff. That's actually why I started a bit earlier than normal, so we could do the review first, and then we can start working on the terminal stuff. So let's see. I'm going to do pull requests here, and I think the latest one is update search queue CSS. Now, this is a first-time contributor, which is fine. Also, I don't know how, but there are two different contributors here. Not sure exactly, but that's okay. So let's just go ahead and take a look at the command line instructions and take a look at it. So this should, yeah, we should be able to pull that. Let's go over here, cd projects, algorithm archive, get status, get checkout master, yep, and then get status again, get branch -d, and we're just going to remove the domain coloring and Gathros IFS branches. Yep. And again, guys, if you have any comments, questions, concerns, anything like that, feel free to let me know. So let's see. So we have this done. Now what's next? So now I'm going to do these two lines over here. Paste it in there. There we go. And now get branch again, get checkout, whatever this branch is. And then we should just be able to run gitbook serve, and this should fix. Let's see, projects, algorithm archive, get book serve. And this should hopefully fix the issue that we were seeing before. So this themes make content difficult to read. So this should fix that. All it does is change some colors. So it should be fine, I think. So let's just see what it looks like, and hopefully it'll be fine. Okay. So we'll just grab this guy, move over here. And let's see. This is referring to 7-Eleven. And they're saying using sepia or night color themes leads some text to be barely readable. Okay, specifically in the search function. So we're going to go here and use serif. Not serif, sans we still want. And then we want sepia tone. And then look for search term. So what exactly were they referring to? So they said, I don't understand what they were referring to before. So let me see what it looks like already. So let's do algorithmarchive.org. And let's see. So if we go to sepia tone, I think it looks the same, doesn't it? Let me see. Oh, I see. So it's specifically in the search function. And like type to search and stuff like that. So I think the type to search is the same. So let's search for something. Let's say domain. Okay, so we have mathematical background. That seems fine. Night mode. Again, that seems fine. Let's go over here and we'll say domain. And then for sepia, it's fine. For night mode, it is not fine. So good. This definitely fixes the night mode issue. It just turns everything blue. I think that's fine. So then the other thing that we want to point out here is that I think 7-Eleven. So first of all, firstly, thanks. Okay, so thanks a bunch for the PR. Okay, so I think 7-Eleven, let's see. What do we have here? 7-Eleven also wanted to change the type to search, I believe. But I think it's probably okay. So I think this fixes the issue. This fixes the biggest issue with the color rendering. In dark mode or night mode, I guess. I think 7-Eleven also wanted the type to search phrase to have a different color as well. I'm happy to merge this PR as is. Let's see, I was about to go bat for that, but I checked the text. Oh, it has the same color regardless of thing. That's good to know. So this means that this phrase apparently has the same color regardless. Oh, it doesn't. Okay, that's fine. Happy to merge this PR as is. Would you be willing to echo your name at the end of the contributors.md file? I'm just going to ask. He doesn't have to if he doesn't want to. The default type of search background has the same color, but the things you type don't. Okay, let's just see what the current functionality is. So if we go here and we type, so domain here, I see. And then here, if we say, okay, I see. So if we go to sepia tone, it is slightly different, I think. I see. I guess specifically the things. Okay, I see what's happening. So let's see. The color of the text typed to search is the same regardless of theme, but the content. See, the text you type into the box gets lighter for no reason in sepia and dark modes. To the point that dark mode the search term is fainted. Then is fainter than the type of search placeholder. Right. But the content you type in changes to a we'll say lighter or fainter font color in night and sepia mode for some reason. Let's see. Okay, I'm happy to merge this as is. That said, I'm happy to merge this PR as is, which is absolutely baffling and really should be fixed. It's fine. I'm happy. This PR is good. I'm happy that someone's doing it. So thanks so much for the PR. I think this fixes the biggest issue with color rendering in night mode. I think 711 also wanted the type to search phrase to have a different color as well. The color of the text type to search is the same regardless of the theme, but the content you type in changes to a fainter color, font color in night and sepia mode for some reason. That said, I'm happy to merge this PR as is. I suppose this could also be fixed. That said, I'm happy to merge the PR as is. Would you be willing to echo your name at the end of the contributors file? Nice. Okay, that's good. I'm happy enough with that. That's all I wanted to do with that PR. So now we can move on to the terminal game. Let's go. Okay. So as of yesterday, Control C, and actually let me do git pull upstream master, just so we have the late. Oh, nope. Sorry. Git checkout master, and then git pull upstream master. Okay. And then I'm just going to push this to my local branch. Git push origin master. Okay. So as of yesterday, I put out a new video on YouTube, which a lot of people have seen. Not as many people as I would like, but you know, I guess when you're at some stage, you know, you're never going to get as many views as you want on any of your videos, right? So that's totally fine. But as of yesterday with the Twitch stream, we managed to get pretty far with the terminal game. I'm pretty happy with it. So we're going to cd into projects. Specterm over here. Same thing. Project Specterm. So I'm going to go ahead and open up Julia _project. Equals dot. And I'm just going to do, let's do using revise and then using Specterm after that. And then we should have the basic functionality that we're looking at. So then we're going to using Specterm. And right now, again, the code's kind of messy, but if we just run the main function, we're going to get, let's just run it. So here, if we run this, we have this S character that can move around. And also, notably, we have this O that's just getting big and small, just very quickly, right? So that means we have some concept of frames per second, and that's good. So we're going to have to do a lot of refactoring and stuff today, but we're slowly but surely getting there. The first thing I wanted to work on was actually work on this text box. So I want to make it so we can render text. I had some ideas of how to do this yesterday that I worked on after stream. So that's going to be the first thing we work on. And yeah, that's where we're going. So let me go ahead and VI, I guess CD into source. And I'm not sure exactly what we want to do here. So I guess we are just going to, I guess we're just going to go. So let's go ahead and move over here and we're going to quit out from there. Notice that we still have the Julia REPL available. That's actually kind of nice. That didn't happen yesterday. So I shouldn't have to open up two different terminals. I should be able to just keep the Julia REPL on the side and we should be good to go. So let's go over here and go into VI source and then, or actually VI dialog, dialog.jl. SNES23, thanks so much for following. And basically what I added in yesterday was the ability to parse the dialogue. So this is to say if you give, and this is what I did off stream, the idea is that if you give me some sort of text phrase, you know, some sort of string that is a text, whatever, some sort of text that you want to parse, we need to take that and basically make it so we fit as many words as we can onto one line, and then after we fit as many words as we can onto one line, we then, you know, move that last word onto the next line and we show that line, right? So we have to kind of, you know, slowly but surely get the text to render in some fashion. So that's kind of what we're working on right now. So I think this parsing should work. It's kind of funky. We're probably going to talk about it later when it breaks, but I think maybe it should work for now. So let's just kind of work on it. So we're going to do after n lines of printing to clear box. So what are we doing for write dialog? We're first going to get some sort of text array, which is just going to be a list of strings that we're going to print. So we're going to print vector 1, vector 2, so on and so forth. Then we're going to print each character in that string one by one. So I guess down here, what are we going to do? We're going to say, so we now have a text array, right? Which is going to be, you know, n lines long. We don't know how long it is, how many lines we have. But we know that each line is going to be a maximum of m characters, where m is the length of the terminal, the width of the terminal. And we also have to print every character. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to open up another terminal so that I can take a look at what we did yesterday, because I always forget all the syntax for all this kind of stuff. I know I said I wasn't going to have another terminal up, but here we are, you know. It's fine, you know. And again, guys, if you have any comments, questions, concerns, feel free to let me know, and I'll totally address it as soon as I see it in chat. So CD into project, spec term over here. And then what am I going to do? I'm going to do ls, CD source, and vi spec term.jl. So over here I should have, why does that terminal seem smaller than normal? Anyway, it does seem quite small, doesn't it? I think the font size, I need to make this large. Let me open up a new terminal. I'm gonna make this large. Yeah, that's the size I wanted. I don't know what happened previously. Let's try this again. Oh. Okay, come on. There we go. Yeah, that should be fine. So now we're going to CD into project spec term. Projects spec term lowercase s, and then source vi spec term.jl, and we should have like a mv print w, yeah, command in there. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to say for character in, we'll say text array. I guess we're going through each of the lines, right? So we're going to say for line in text array, right? So now we're going to go through each of the lines. And then we're going to go through each of the characters. And then for character in line. And then we're going to go end here. And then we're also going to end it in here. Okay, so we're going to go through each line and we're just going to print it. So we need two concepts here. One is kind of the individual pixel or the individual, I guess, ASCII element that we're working on, and then go from there. I rather just like JSON schema. Yeah, I don't know much about it. Also, woo SNES. Yeah, definitely woo. Okay, so for character in line, I think we actually want to do for I in length and 1 to length of line, because I think we're going to need the iterable element I. So we're going to say mv print w. Yep. And now we have to give it some sort of like location, right? So that means for the y value, we're going to give it I guess I just want to do, I'm going to want to do something like j mod 2 plus 1, right? No, j mod n plus 1. Okay, this is going to be really weird. I'm going to explain that in just a second. And then we're going to do plus, and what I'm going to look for is the box dot, what did I call it? I called it box dot container dot y plus 1. I'm going to explain this in just a second. Dude, thank you so much for the anonymous bits. An anonymous cheer. How are you? Yeah, really appreciate that. So this is kind of what I'm looking for. I'll explain what this is doing in just a second. And then we also want an x value, where the x value is going to be box.container.x plus 1 plus I. And then we want to give it the string that we're going to be putting in there. And so the string should be, and so then the string, I'm just going to move this down to the next line since I'm doing it that way. It should be line of I. Okay. So how is this working? Let me just go ahead, try to explain it just to make sure I'm making sense. I'm going to open up a new terminal, type in zernal pp. Move this over here, move that over there. So we have this idea of a text box, right? Right. So the text box is this entire object, right? The container, though, is the object that gives us like our x and y location. So I'm looking into the container and I'm saying, what is the x, y location of this container? And then I'm giving it an offset of 1, 1, so we get to this element here. Then I'm just kind of adding strings as we go along, so on and so forth. I've already parsed the text, so we know we can just print it, and that should be fine. And then when we get to this line, what I'm going to do is I'm going to move to the next line here, right? And then what I want it to do is that once we've reached a stage where we've run out of lines in our text box to go through, we then stop printing entirely, and we say, hey, what do you want to do at this stage? And so then I'm going to I'm going to look for a particular keyboard command for the user to put in before continuing. So let's see, what do we have here? mvprintw, that means I have to define what n is. So here we're going to define, I think we can actually just do, instead of n, I want to call this box.container dot height -2. Yes, because we're going to have one line above, one line below, and then we have 2 lines to print on, right? So that's a Twitch thing. That's what happens when you cheer bits and check the box to do so anonymously. Ah, well, I appreciate it. I figured as much, like after thinking about it, but I do appreciate whoever sent me bits. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. And I think so this is going to be j mod plus box.container.y plus 1. And I think if I just change this to a +2 at the end, I think this will do the same thing. So this is my first guess as to what we're going to be doing here, is we're going to say for I in 1 to length of line. And what we're going to say is, how about we have some value up here that's actually equal to the j mod box container. So this is going to be, we'll call it interior element. So we'll call it interior, that is an ugly name, but we'll call it interior y. Something like this. Okay, so we'll put this as jmod. So mvprintw interior y is what we want. This is some really weird code, but that's okay. We'll get there. Interestingly, they seem to have an actual anonymous cheer account on Twitch. Ah, interesting. How are you, Mr. Sutherland? Okay, so let's see. We have mvprintw, and then we're going to say if interior y. So I got to think about this. If interior y equals 0. Okay, so let me dd and paste this up here. If interior y, we have to define, I see. So we define what it is, and if interior y is equal to 0, then we got to wait for the key press. So here's when we wait for the key press. So I'm going to put this, dd, and paste up here. And let's go. So what are we going to do here? I think we're just going to, wait for a getch or something like that. I'm not sure exactly how this is going to go. My first guess is going to be we just put a JL getch in there and we go from there. So let's look for that. Okay, JL getch here. So we're going to say, in this case, key is going to be equal to, and do we just, how do we, so we is equal to JL getch. Ah, okay, I gotcha. I understand now. Okay, so we're going to put the JL getch in here. So JL getch. Okay, that's fine. Totally fine. But in here, we do an else statement. And then we go in here, I think. Oh, I just did C syntax, didn't I? And so what's the plan here? We say if interior y is equal to 0, this basically means that we've hit the bottom of the text box and we have to wrap back around. If that's the case, where we've reached the bottom of the text box and we need to wrap back around, we want to say that we're going to wait for the user to input a space. Or something, whatever key we say, but I'm just going to say the key is going to be space for now, and then we'll worry about, allowing users to implement their own keybinds later. So the key is going to be equal to JL getch, and we're not going to wait on that, but I want to make it so if interior y is equal to 0, I want to make it so we don't continue unless we get an input. That's what I want to make this do. And I need to think about how to do that. So in this case, I feel like I want a blocking JL getch, but I don't think I want to do it. Okay, let me catch up on chat. Like how Automoderator is a real Reddit account. Yeah, it's probably the easiest way to add and a way to avoid trouble. Yeah, I think so. Me6 is a real Discord account. I actually don't know what Me6 is. I just know people use it a lot. I think it's what people use it for, like, displaying, like, when people in their group have a stream or something like that. Okay, how about what I do for now is I ignore this for now. And we just get something working just to make sure the text actually can render. And then we worry about this next. So this is the next thing we're going to have to do is implement this wait for a key press. Because right now we should have this concept of a dialog box. And we should have a concept of, well, text speed we don't really have yet. But we have a concept of a dialog box. And we have this concept of the ability to write dialogue. So let's see how this goes. We're just going to, go around. For reference, this is what globals are for. You should set a variable near the top of the program that defines the continue key as being spacebar. Yeah, we can do that later. And then refer to that variable anywhere in the actual code where you need it. That way you only need to change it once. Yeah, I agree. We'll do that in just a second. Like we're going one step at a time here. It's not a huge deal. What I'm actually going to do in a bit is I'm going to create a like a class of all different, or a type of all different parameters that we're going to need. And inside of that, we'll have, I just don't want to use globals because globals are messy. So I'd rather avoid them. But we'll have basically a set of parameters that we pass back and forth. So it's going to be the same thing, effectively. Okay, so let's see. In this case, then, I should just be able to, let's go over here to Julia. I think if I do spec term dot, there should be a no, there isn't. It's just that I learned anti-patterning history and I want to apply my knowledge. Fair enough. No, it's cool. It's cool. So, also fair enough. Let's write and quit here. And then in vi spec term.jl, I want to include, can I just include, well, let's just include the file. So we're going to include dialog.jl. And it might not be the best way to do it. We'll worry about that in just a second. And in dialog.jl, we should have a few things that we're exporting for this module. So we're going to export dialog box and also write dialog. Okay. That should work. So if we go over here, we should have specterm dot. I think if I just using specterm again, this should recompile everything, I think. And then we should be able to have the ability to create a dialog box. Ah, unexpected. Great, great, great. So this is great. That means we have an error, and the error is going to be in dialog line 45. Cool. Again, this is untested code, so we're getting there. Failed to revise. Well, let's just Control D. Open up Julia again using revise. And then we'll do using specterm. And hopefully this will build. Load error, yep, good, good, good. So this is going to be on line dialog 44 is what it says. Okay, if length of text, try it again. This says dialog 54. Last val is equal to element number. So what's the issue here? It says syntax missing comma. Yep. Sorry, again, this is untested code. So like, I'm going to be somewhat amazed if this works. Incomplete module at home dialog requires end. Okay, well that is my bad. So this should end the function. This ends... Crap, I'm missing an end statement. I don't know. I don't know what's wrong. You seem pretty happy about these errors? Like eventually build successfully and you'll be like, oh darn. Yeah, that's actually kind of how it goes. When you see an error, like it's very easy to solve the problem, right? The tricky bit comes when you're not able to yet see the errors, right? Like when you know something's wrong, but you don't know how to fix it, right? Like at least the errors are like, these are actionable items that I can attack. Whereas for like a lot of other code, you know, you just see it's broken, but you have absolutely no idea how to fix it. And so errors, in my opinion, are a good thing. I actually really like seeing errors because I know I can do something about them. But man, I'm not a big fan of like when there's like obviously like runtime problems. Like, you know, the code's just clearly not working for various reasons and you have no idea how to solve those. And this happens a lot in my work where like there's just, you know, people are like, this is broken. And I'm like, I have no idea how to fix it, man. I'm sorry about that. So, yeah. Let's just keep going then. So basically we're missing an end, which means I'm doing something really dumb here. So else, that ends that for loop. See, this is why I like the curly brackets in C, because it's very easy to find these types of errors. You can just press the percentage sign and it's easy to find. But here it's not so easy. Incomplete module, let's see, dialog 1, specterm 4, specterm 6. Yeah. The worst thing though is when one function has a mistake that slightly malforms the data, so the error only shows up several functions later in a place that has no bugs. Yep, that's kind of, yep. So we have an else here, so we have if and else there. We have the function here, then we're ending the function there. If I just put an end here, I don't know what that end is for. Object not defined. That's because I need to go up here. Using spec term. Okay, let's see if we can figure this out then. So we have the function for if, it's this if statement in here. I forgot to put an end here. Oh, no, an end here. I was just writing this before. No one caught that. Okay, so G down here, DD there, and that should work. Let's see, object not defined. We should be exporting object. So this should be fine. And I'm not exactly sure what the issue would be. Failed to precompile specterm. Oh, I need to think about this. Packages revise. Is this just a revise error? Julia double dash project using specterm. Object not defined. Okay. This is going to be dialog 6. Yep, and that's because we're using specterm at the top of this file, but we haven't finished defining what specterm is. Hey Janssen, how are you? So maybe we need to rethink what's going on here. So we have specterm defined. Maybe I shouldn't be including. Let's go to specterm.jl. maybe I shouldn't be including dialog.jl here. So maybe we need to go ahead and start rethinking how we're going to do this. So using specterm. Okay, so that precompiles just fine. So let's go ahead and start, like, you know, messing around with this a bit. And also I just realized that I failed to open this up in the right terminal. So let's open up a new terminal. So let's go here and let's make this huge, move over there, move this up, move this down. Maybe one more, I think. Yeah, I think that should be fine. Okay, I'm great. I have an exam, but I'm not so confident about my abilities. I'm super nervous. That doesn't sound too great. But yeah, I hope the exam goes well. I mean, I know you're plenty smart enough, so like, it shouldn't be a big deal. But yeah, what's the exam on? So we're gonna cd into projects, specterm, cd, I'm gonna cp specterm, cd into source, and then we're going to cp. I guess I'm gonna cp. I guess I should make a directory for different types of things that we'll be working with here, right? So probably we need like some sort of objects directory. So let's just make directory objects, and let's make directory. We'll call it run. I don't know. We'll just call it run or something. I'm not really sure. We'll figure it out. My marks are so consistent for the exams. All my subjects have pretty much the same mark, plus or minus 2%. That was me also. I did the same thing. So we're going to cp specterm.jl into the objects directory, and then we're going to move dialog, lowercase d, dialog.jl into also the objects directory. So we're going to cd to objects here. And I'm also going to do one more thing, and I'm going to cp specterm into the run directory here. Cool. Okay, so now we're going to cd first into the objects directory. Let's go to vi specterm. And what objects do we actually define here? So we define what object is, which I think should be just in specterm itself. And then we define a few functions that work on objects. So render objects, and all this kind of stuff. Maybe we should just call this, yeah, maybe we should rename this as objects.jl or something like that. Yeah, maybe that's what we call it. Okay, so let's go into move specterm into objects.jl. And let's go into vi objects.jl, and let's just do module. Do we need a module for this? I don't know. Maybe let's just modify this. So right now we're splitting the code up a bit. Numerical analysis, the contents are great, but the way the exam is, it scares me. Yeah, that's fair. I need to think actually about how we're going to write this code. So what I'm going to do really quick, I'm actually going to go to my code that we do for work, and I'm going to see how that's structured, because I'm actually I'm not entirely sure how to structure all these modules and everything. So let's go into source, and let me see what they're doing for climatemachine.jl. Here they're doing using package.toml, which should be fine, climate machine version. And then it looks like they're just including all of the files, which should be fine. So let's go into an individual file, and if we go to utilities, and we do, I don't know, TikTok.jl, and here we do using printf. Yeah, so I'm trying to figure out where we do using climatemachine.jl. How's work? Works fine, I guess. It's okay. So let's just go into source, numerics, linear solvers, or system solvers, and then we go into systemsolvers.jl. And do we use using mesh grids? Okay, so this is stuff I need to figure out, how all this kind of stuff works. So we'll kind of work on that now. Like, I guess today we're learning about the Julia package ecosystem. Now, this was created in a module, so I think similarly we should also create a module for object. Module object. So we have spectrum.object. And let's just go ahead. We have export main. So here we just want to export object. And we can dd there and dd there. We don't need that. But we do need type object. And then I suppose we also need to export the following things. So we need render object, render objects, which I should probably like maybe make the same function, but we'll get there in a second. Create rectangle. What else do we want to export in here? Let's see, create rectangle. We have create person, which I'll keep, but we're probably going to modify later. So let's just go down here, create person, and then let's just keep going. So we have create person down there. And for this file, we don't need anything else. I think we can just remove the rest of this because we're going to move those into separate files in just a second. Okay, all that seems fine. Right. So let's see. We now have this concept of an object, and we also have a concept of a dialog box. Now, the dialog box, I feel, should be of type object, you know? Like it should be a subset of objects, but we'll deal with that in just a second. So we're going to go back into run. And this should have two different files. So let's go ahead and move specterm.jl into init.jl. And then also we're going to turn it into, I guess we're going to copy init.jl, cp init.jl into runtest.jl is what we'll call it, just for now. Let's go into vi runtest.jl. And actually, we can just delete a lot of this right now. Try that again. So what do we need to get this to run? We're just going to need to, what I want to do is just be able to, okay, let's just, so we want this to be a minimal viable script. So I think all we want to do, we have this function in it. We don't need any of that. We just need function main in here. And then down here, we're just going to do using spec term. Okay. And then we should be able to go down here, dd there, and then just remove 4 spaces from all of these guys. So 4x. And just continually just do that all the way up. But yeah, it works okay. It's fine. I've got a project now that's like somehow relevant to my research interests. And so it's kind of, it'll be okay. We'll see how it goes. Oh, okay. I totally messed that up. Let's try that one again. Using text user interfaces. Good. Okay, so this should be basically what we want to look for. And now let's go into vi init.jl. And this will be module, I guess, init. Again, we probably have too many modules, but we'll worry about that in a second. We want to export. What do we want to export? We want to export init. We want to export init and kill curses. And then we can delete everything but those files. So we have init here. I just deleted too much. I'm sorry about that. Yeah, we probably have too many modules. Init. And then in here, we're just going to export init and kill curses. And let's just delete the stuff we don't need. So where's init? Init is there. Okay. And then kill curses is here. And we'll just delete some lines. Use your algorithm archive. I'm happy to hear that. Yeah, like the algorithm archive is slowly getting a lot better. Like, yeah, it's taking time, but I'm really, really happy with how it's turning out. You know, specifically, like, again, I mean, I don't mean to harp on the fact that I just published a video yesterday, but like, you know, if you go to my channel and, you know, this last video, I think was really, really good. And then also, you know, we go to the algorithm archive. I think the article for it was also really, really good. You know, you go to domain coloring, and you have all these like really cool pictures and stuff. I don't know. I think some of the most recent chapters, domain coloring, iterative function systems, these two have been really, really good. And I want to keep going with like these, you know, pretty good chapters. You know, does that make sense? So I think this section on plotting, domain coloring, iterative function systems is kind of like an omen for what is to come type of thing. Like hopefully the upcoming chapters will be even better as we get along. I'm running into some issues though, specifically with YouTube, which we can talk about later, but I don't know. I mean, I can't show you my statistics exactly. I mean, I can, but just not right here, not right now. So, but the issue is the following, right? So like I have this graph, which basically, I guess we'll just draw a straight line. Here's a line here. Okay, that was a bit too long, so let me just erase some of the back here. Cool, that's fine. So this is, I'll show you two different plots. So the first plot I'm going to show in green is a plot of subscribers over time. So we have, that's a straight line. Let's try to make that not straight. So, oops, I'm sorry, I hit the microphone. So we have this like kind of, plot that kind of goes all the way around like this, it kind of goes up and down, and then it dips down, right? But not quite to 0, and then it comes back up, and then it dips down again, and then it dips down one last time, and that's where it's gone, right? So this is the number of subscribers over time, subs over time, right? And so basically what we saw was that this point right here, this point, and this point, this was yesterday's video. These were all times when I published videos, right? So every single time I publish videos, my subscribers drop by a significant margin. Like we had negative 10 subscribers for a day, just because of me putting a video out. Yeah, we have transcoding options today, I'm pretty sure. So that's good. And that kind of sucks. But if we look at the views, right? So the views are roughly correlated here. So here's the, maybe I should do a different color. Let's do this in pink. The views here are roughly correlated. So, we have the views kind of increasing as they were increasing before, except for here when I publish a video, the views go up, and then they go back down, and then they go up again, and go back down, and then up again, right? So this is what's happening. So Errol Guri, thank you so much for following, really appreciate it. So this is, okay, so first of all, both of these trends are to be expected, right? And let me explain why. So there is about 1.5 years since my last video, right? So my previous video before this was Gaussian elimination, which came out December 2018, right? This video came out sometime in May 2020, right? This video comes out about a month later in June 2020. And this one comes out, a week after that, right? So you are definitely expecting that when you put out a video for you to lose subscribers. I don't think I've ever put out a video where I have not lost subscribers, right? Every single time I put out a video, people get it in their feed and they're like, I don't know why I'm subscribed to this guy. I don't like this particular video. And then they unsubscribe. So the trend of losing subscribers every single time you put out a video is common. That's not a big deal. It's what I was expecting. In fact, I was expecting a huge negative dip here on the subscriber. I was expecting like a huge negative dip here when I put out that video, but it wasn't that bad. In fact, it wasn't negative at all, which was kind of surprising. No, the bit that's surprising about this is that the trend line for all of this is a straight line. So this is a bit that I'm personally confused about. So the trend line is always straight, right? Yeah, this is about right. Which is very disconcerting because I put this video out a month ago, right? And what I expected to see was this line to go straight and then at this point start to curve just slightly up. Maybe not that high, but just slightly up. I don't know how to make it, maybe go up a bit here. So I was expecting to lose a lot of subscribers, but then have this green curve, maybe start to trend upward a bit, but that didn't happen. So that says to me that, I don't know what it says to me. It basically says to me that no one outside of my own subscriber base are watching my videos, which isn't great. So I don't know what this is to say, except that I will probably be changing maybe the content I make on YouTube soon, specifically because I want to try to find ways to engage more people on YouTube. Because the algorithm archive is turning out to be really, really good. Like, I'm a big fan of the algorithm archive content. I feel like we can kind of maybe move the way in which we're making content now so that, YouTube is mainly for entertainment, Twitch is mainly for openness, and the algorithm archive is mainly for learning. So my channel isn't so much about education as it is about education as it is about attracting people to other avenues in which they can learn. Do you have much knowledge in machine learning? A bit, not so much. I tend to stay away from machine learning just because it takes all the interesting bits out of computer science in my mind. It's okay. I know this sounds really lame, but let me just explain. Yeah, image processing is fine, but so when it comes to machine learning, it's like, yeah, I don't know. It's like, how do I put this? Machine learning is one of those things that is super fancy. Like everyone wants to get into it. And then the moment you get into it, it's just neural networks, which are really, really easy to work with. And what they do is they mask all of the underlying mathematics, right? So if you're trying to find like an image, you have all these algorithms for finding like an object in an image, right? And then machine learning comes by and they're like, let's just use machine learning, right? And that's the thing. It just slowly is taking over all of the interesting algorithms, and now everything is turning into machine learning. And that's fine. I see that that's the trend, but I don't like that trend because now it's taking all the interesting, mathematics away, and it's just turning everything into how can you apply machine learning to this new task. And it's not, I don't know, it's taking the fun out for me. So I don't, granted, I haven't really looked into it too much, so maybe that's part of the problem. Because maybe my understanding is just not, good enough. But I mean, I did a machine learning class, and I just felt the same way during the class. It was like it was taking everything interesting about math and turning it into something just not as fun, Like that was kind of I've just been staying away from it ever since I took the machine learning class. Can other people contribute? Yeah, they can definitely contribute. Image processing, because you did not upload for a year or so, you could be in what people call algorithm heck, where your videos are not getting recommended to new people. That could be true. I don't understand if machine learning learns. It makes an algorithm. Yeah, it's kind of confusing how people describe machine learning. I personally dislike machine learning because I think it's just about plugging in data and making programs without understanding. That's what I feel like as well, and I know it might be my own bias thinking that. You can still use the underlying math if you want, but definitely most mainstream frameworks are abstracted to the moon. Yeah, but also like the underlying math is usually just like a deep nested neural network or something, which is relatively straightforward to understand. Like it's hard to understand why machine learning learns the way it does, but it's relatively easy to understand why it learns. And then it's just a matter of finding trends in data, and so it becomes a data analysis problem, not an algorithm problem. Yeah, I think that's my issue. It's turning all of these interesting problems that were before algorithmic into data analysis, and I think that's my actual problem with it. And again, I don't actually have a big problem with it. Like I'm making it sound like I have a huge problem with it. I don't. It's just that it's a hot topic, and I don't have that much passion for it. It's like space and physics. Everyone has a lot of passion for astrophysics. I don't care anything about astrophysics, except for maybe modeling, supernova remnant plasmas because there's some interesting computation to be done there. I'm not really interested in it. It's the same with fluid dynamics, climate, all these other areas. I don't really care that much about these areas. I just care about the computational methods to, use these methods. And that's why I do high performance computing. So anyway, let's stop talking about that. I'm so sorry. I'm very new about it. Yeah, I guess I am too. I need to stop rambling about things that I haven't really looked into as much, Okay, about astrophysics. Yeah. Okay, so what did we do? We created a bunch of different files. So we're going to CD back into VI spectrum.jl. So now this entire file should be in other files now. So I should just be able to include those files, and then we have to figure out how to get everything to compile. That's going to be a bit interesting, but we'll see. Okay, yeah, this is committed. We're okay. Include, and then it should be objects, and then we're looking for dialog.jl, objects.jl. Sorry, I have the hiccups. And then we need run init.jl, init, and then I guess run test.jl. Okay, so let's think about how we're going to do this. What is there to learn about supernovas? It's not so much that there is to learn, it's just that I find magnetohydrodynamics to be like kind of an interesting application for molecular dynamics and stuff. So like what I was saying is that there are interesting computational problems there, but usually, again, the computational problems are also a bit different as well. It's like, how do you scale this? How do you parallelize this? How do you run this effectively? All these types of questions. It's not usually at an algorithmic level. It's more at a compute performance level, So that's also different. What sort of spaghetti code can I dump on your lap and be certain you will compulsively rewrite it into something cleaner. I'm long past the days where I will compulsively rewrite anything. I don't really care. Like, I will review it, but I'm not gonna like rewrite your code for you. That does not sound like an interesting problem. So let's go into vi objects and then objects.jl. And I think what I need to do here is include, and I think I want to do spec term here. And let's go into objects.jl, and let's go to dialog.jl. This is all going to break, by the way, and I'm going to try /spec term. Oh, this is definitely going to break. I think, how do I want to do this? I think I want to do how do we do this? So we do using MPI state arrays, module system solver, using import. So this is where I get really confused with Julia code. And this is stuff I need to learn, so I'm happy that we're doing it, but I still get really confused about it. Let me just see what happens if we just do it this way. So we're going to do .spec term. I don't exactly know what this means, but I'm going to pretend I do know what it means. And we're going to keep going. So let's go into, let's see. Actually, I think, okay, let's just think about this a bit more. So if we go into objects dialog, what do we actually need here? We actually need objects. So what if I just do using spec term, well, what if I just do using objects and we do like a dot? What does this do? And now let's go into the run test. So vi run, and then we're going to go into init.jl. And I don't think I need anything here. I think I can just do everything fine. Okay, now we need to go into vi run, then run test.jl. Let's just see what builds. I don't think this is going to build. And we're gonna spend the next hour just building it. Oh, that didn't build right. Okay, good. We have load errors. Let's just attack these load errors and try to figure them out. Does Julia have classes, objects? Yeah, it's got types and structs. So it's kind of the same thing. Let's see. Do you want to have advanced algorithms in the archive? Yes. Also, Janssen, when I said earlier that we accept submissions, that was kind of true, but kind of not. We currently have no chapters in the algorithm archive that were written by other people. And I am not entirely sure I want other people to write chapters. I'm not really sure. So we're still kind of thinking about that. But yeah, we do. I'm sorry if I misunderstood what you were asking. So let's see, what led you to Julia? This is the first time I've seen someone using it. It looks dope. Yeah, so I've been using Julia for years. I mean, I just got onto it just because my roommate used to use it, and now I use it full time for work. It's fast, it's friendly, it's everything you want. And it's great for the stuff that I do, which is HPC. It's really bad for this kind of stuff, which is like terminal games, but I want to see, like, because it's new and everything's kind of maturing, I want to make it, you know, like, I want to make it slightly more robust in some ways. The language of Julia, I want to make it slightly more robust. And so that's why I'm using it. I'm going to try to, you know, contribute back and help the ecosystem when I can. I think Julia is someone he knew trying to adopt. I think Julia is something new he's trying to adopt and NVIDIA is trying to move to. So Julia has one of the best GPU interfaces that I've seen for GPU computation. So yeah, that's kind of why I use it. So let's see, what do we have here? Objects not defined, and this is in dialog 4. Okay, that's fine. Let's go into vi, where are we? Spectrum.jl. And I think it's just because we need to do ddp. Not defined. Okay, that's fair enough. Because that would just be me being dumb. Let's go into vi objects dialog.jl. And let's just do using objects and see what that does. Not defined. This is because this is in objects.jl. I don't know what I just pressed, but that's okay. So let's go into vi objects and then objects.jl. And let's just do, I think I can just do dd here. I think we can just do it this way. Invalid redefinition of constant object. Control D, Julia, run it again. Invalid redefinition of constant object. So this is objects.jl 6. What software are you using for paneling? I'm actually not using any software for paneling. It's a free floating desktop. So OpenBox allows for you to, do some basic, like moving of windows, but nothing really crazy. So, unless you meant something else by paneling. Maybe you meant something else. Sorry about that. This is in Object 6, so it says spec term 4, spec term 6, so objects.jl line 6. Well, let's see what the issue is. Yep. It says line 6, so obviously that's where we do mutable struct object. Yeah, so it's a very simple UI. OpenBox is pretty straightforward. So we have mutable struct object. I don't know why it says redefinition. Where was it originally defined? So do we have it already in the scope? No, we don't. Invalid redefinition of constant object. We're exporting object module. Oh, right, because now we have a module called object. So then this would be module object and then struct object. So maybe what I actually want to do is, I think actually I want all of these guys to be available. I think all the object functions, I don't think we need a module for this. So let's just see what that looks like if we just remove the module here. And then we go here using spec term. And we say argument package spec term does not have objects in its dependencies. If you have spec term checked out, okay, Julia double dash project using spec term. Oh, right. This is because, I gotcha. I understand. So you go to dialog.jl, and then we no longer need this using objects in there. Object not defined. So let's see, what do we have here? That's because we're not exporting it in spec term. This is really confusing. Just for the record, guys, if you're coming in and you're like, Julia is like the worst language ever, it's impossible to understand. It's partially my fault. I just don't understand how this ecosystem, how this works exactly. It's like header files in C++. It's really annoying. But it's always annoying in every language. So, it's probably okay. Let's see. So we have dialog.jl5, and it says container of type object doesn't exist. And I guess that's because we're not properly exporting it. So what if I just go to quit, we go into objects.jl, and then up here at the top, I just type in export object. Let's see what that does. Object not defined. Dialog.jl. Well, okay, let's just work on this one step at a time. Open here, and I want it to be, so in expression starting at spectrum dialog.jl5, object not defined. Okay, so let's just mess around with this. I'm not going to fix the spacing. I'll fix the spacing in a second. So we have module dialog, and in here I just want to do using spec term. Float not defined. That one I wasn't expecting. So let's see, it's on line 7. Some things are always annoying until you get used to how they work. Yeah, that's kind of how we are. I'm using this project to learn more about Julia as well, so it's overall good. What do you mean float's not defined? Maybe it has to be float 64 or float 32. Okay, well that pre-compiled. What are you trying to get working right now? I think I just got it working. So I was surprised that that pre-compiled. So let's do objects here. And what I'm going to do is just for X, and I'm just going to, fix all this up. So, okay, admittedly, this is kind of weird that it's in the spec term scope, not the global scope, but I think that's okay. And then I created a specific function for dialog. So actually, you know what I'm going to do? I'm not going to create separate modules. Like, I don't think I'm going to have like a dialog module. So if I go here and I do specterm.dialog, then I have a dialog box available in that. But I think I just want dialog box open so anyone can use it. So let's just remove the modules for now, and then we'll kind of come back to, use it later. So now if I do Control D, Control C, Control D, Julia double dash project using specterm, should precompile again. And now if I just do specterm.dialog box, I have the dialog box openly available. And I think that's what I want to do. Right now, we'll worry about what modules we want in a bit, but I think for now I'm relatively happy just having everything just output into the spec term scope. And then we worry about it later. And I realize that sometimes I'm pushing a lot of stuff into this, like, we'll worry about it later mode, where I'm like, we'll deal with this, you know, when it comes to it. But I think that's okay. I'm not too worried about it. So I think instead of having like all of these incredible modules, we're just going to go back to where everything's just in the Spectrum scope. And I'm happy with that. Let's go to VI run and then run test.jl. Yeah, everything was already in the appropriate scope here. Okay, so I quit here. And now we're going to go into VI run and then init.jl. And I'm again just going to remove this module init. Do we need to export init and kill curses? Maybe. Let's go into VI objects dialog.jl using specterm. I am exporting dialog box and write dialog, so I suppose I do need to export. Let's get VI objects and then objects.jl. So let's go ahead and export also render object. Well, let's just go over here, see what we have. Do we have render object available? We do. So maybe we don't need to export anything. Let's just do it this way. Everyone's getting mad at me, but that's okay. I don't mind people getting mad at me. So let's go to VI run init.jl, and we're just not going to export anything for now. And then we'll just, you know, worry about it later. This is fine. Okay. VI run and then run test.jl. We should be using specterm. So now if I go over here and we just recompile it one more time, Control D, Julie double dash project, and we just run specterm, using specterm, sorry. And then we do specterm.main, we should get the exact same thing we had just a second ago. Specterm.main. Yeah, all right. We're back where we started. Or not. Okay, it worked. Well, that was about an hour spent just getting back to where we started at the start of stream. We do get status and get add dot, get status again, get commit dash m, and we're going to say splitting specterm .jl into multiple files. Again, we'll keep working on this. But we have something, you know, committed now, so I'm relatively happy with that. Let's see. And again, if you guys have any questions, comments, concerns about, you know, anything we're doing here, just feel free to let me know, and I'll totally address it as soon as I see it in chat. Yeah, if you guys want to talk about anything that I do, also, you know, algorithm archive work, YouTube work, you know, like climate simulation work, any of that stuff, please feel free to ask. Like, I'm more than happy to talk about anything that you guys might want to know about, you know? Okay, so now let's go to the run test. So we're going to VI source and then, well, I guess run and then run test.jl. And how does this work right now? So we first initialize the background. I think I want this curse set 0. I think I want this to be in the init. So let's go into VI run and then init.jl. And so we're going to put this init TUI, BG, no delay, start color, and we're just going to put down here curse set 0. We're going to go over here, Control D. We're going to run Julia double dash project, and we're going to run revise because we're not going to add any new functions. This should work just fine. Quit here, go over here using specterm, and let's see. So now we're going to go into run tests. So curse set 0. We can remove that. And what I'm doing right now is I'm kind of like removing everything from the script that I know we don't need. So we're pushing everything, we're refreshing. So this in here, probably, we should have this big loop somewhere else as well. We'll work on that in just a bit. So we'll get there one step at a time. So what we did is we created this rectangle. What I think I want to do next is we have the border here. So now I want to turn this into a dialog box. And let me think. So the way I have the dialog box set up right now is we have it so the dialog box has content. I don't know, we'll think about that. What are you trying to get working right now? Again, we're just working the game. I think I answered that a second ago. What do you think about the latest supercomputer being pure ARM? That's actually a super interesting choice. I think the latest supercomputer is in Japan, I want to say. And it being full ARM is like super interesting. I don't know what to say about it except that I'm afraid it's going to turn into the same thing that PowerPC is now, which is kind of like it's really useful for certain groups, specifically like GPU computing groups, but I don't know how it's going to be useful everywhere else, you know? Like what is the ARM computer supercomputer Tokyo, Japan? Yeah, Fugaku. Is this still GPU based? I don't know. This is what I don't know. No, it doesn't mention GPUs, which is also very interesting because my entire career is kind of stuck. I'm working on GPUs right now. Like that's the number one thing that I focus on. And if this doesn't have GPUs associated with it, then I don't really have a job. But I guess maybe I don't. So, oh well, it is what it is, you know? I think Julia works on ARM, so I think that's an advantage. So I think my code isn't going to change any. We just have a different backend, which is the ARM backend. So we just work on getting that to go. I mean, that's the nice thing about the Julia API. It's kind of heterogeneous. So, okay, let's go here, write and quit, and let's go into VI, objects, and then dialog.jl. So right now I have the dialog box containing an object. So what I probably want is the dialog box to be of a subtype of object. So let's go here and let's make it a subtype of object. And I think this is how we're going to want to do this from now on. So this way it has the regular object stuff associated with it. You can render it as an object. But it also has the ability to contain other things as well. So dialog box will be within type object, and it will have everything that an object normally has. So this is going to be x, which is going to be of type int, all this stuff. So y, what's it called? Height, and then width. So let's see, what do we want to do here? So we're going to say ddp. So it's going to have y, x, height, and width. It's also going to have content, which everything needs content. Yeah, which is going to be, in fact, I think dialog box right now will have the same content as my normal object struct. So I'm going to create an abstract type, which is an abstract type which will encompass dialog box and a few other objects. Supercomputer runs, no way, the supercomputer runs Windows? No way. That's super disappointing, if it does. Not sure that they'd have on the nodes, I guess something like CentOS. Yeah, there's no way it runs Windows. I'd be super surprised if it runs Windows. Because no software that interfaces with supercomputer now, like 100%. Oh, okay. I thought you had information that I don't. The top 500 supercomputers all run Linux. There's not a single supercomputer I've ever interfaced with that doesn't run some variant of Linux, you know? And so it would be very confusing to me if for some reason this new Japanese supercomputer decided that they would run Windows. If it runs Windows, probably only because Microsoft sponsors the whole thing. Now, even Microsoft understands that they've lost the supercomputing space. Like, they have definitely lost. 100% of all supercomputers run Linux. Now, technically it's like 99.8% or something like that, but still. What's the typical OS on the clusters you've used? We've used, it's mainly CentOS, actually. It used to be Scientific Linux, but it's been recently changed. Why? Just because Linux, there's a lot of different reasons, right? It's kind of the same reason why Linux wins the server space in websites and stuff like that. How much FPS would you get running a game on Windows? A game on a supercomputer on Windows? 0. You get basically no FPS. Because most nodes... Right. So let's talk about supercomputing really quick, because there are some questions that are important to bring up. Journal new page 4. So here's how supercomputers work. You've got your own machine here, right? So this is your own computer. This is you. So I'm going to draw a little person. This is what you're interacting with, right? Then what you do is you interact with a bunch of login nodes, and here are your login nodes, right? So these are a bunch of nodes that you log into, and then you log into a bunch of compute nodes in the back end, right? So let me put some lines in here. So put a line there, just a bunch of lines, just something like this. Okay. So the way this typically works is you as a user will log into any of these login nodes, right? We'll call them login node 1, 2, and 3. And then these login nodes will then connect to any of the compute nodes back here, right? Now these compute nodes have no GUI. That's a big important thing. You usually cannot open up a GUI on any of these compute nodes. Now, so if you want FPS on any of your video games using a supercomputer, you're just not going to be able to play your latest games on a supercomputer, right? For two reasons. One, it's very difficult to pull up a GUI, specifically because this is one SSH connection, and this is another SSH connection. And even though technically you can do SSH-X to pull information from here to there, you can't really do it from here to here, just because it's usually disallowed, right? So let's say it is allowed. Let's say that you are actually allowed to open up a UI over here. Well, then you're going to go through two SSH connections. It's going to be really slow. Now, these nodes usually have different sections to them as well. So like this section right here, for example, would be your compute, right? And then down here, for example, would be your, I don't know, your GPU nodes or something like this, right? So if you wanted to play a game on it, the only nodes you could use would be the nodes that actually have GPUs associated with them. But again, you're still not going to be able to play anything, right? The main reason that all the supercomputers run Linux is because this setup that they have here, where they have like compute space, GPU space, and they allow for you to SSH. Basically, there's two issues. One, the tool set that people use is all Linux-based. It's all Unix-based. It's what people use. So they expect Linux tools. And these tools are simply not as good or not available on Windows, right? The other reason is, the hardware configuration. The hardware configuration here just is difficult to set up in a Windows environment just because of the way Windows is built predominantly for the desktop environment, right? So this specification of not having a UI is actually a big deal for supercomputing because you don't want to waste unnecessary computation on a UI, and you want to spin up these nodes whenever they need to be spun up, right? Like if this node's not being used, you want to be able to turn it off really quickly, and that's difficult to do with Windows because of how much bulk is associated with it, right? So you can create a very incredibly lightweight Linux distribution that allows all computation to go straight towards the computation you want, and allow for parallelism and data transfer between nodes and all this kind of stuff just easier in a Linux environment than Windows, right? So that's why Linux is used, just because of the toolset and the hardware configuration allows Linux to be used in a much easier way than Windows. It's also why, like, for work, I genuinely, even if I did want to use Windows, it would be hard for me to do my work in a pure Windows environment. I would need some sort of terminal, or maybe use a Mac or something like that in order to access all of my compute space, because again, everything is Linux, and that's just how it is. So I hope that answered your question. Sorry if that was a bit of a ramble. Maybe make a video about it. I've considered it, but I don't know. The thing is, when you start talking about supercomputing, what ends up happening is you have to say the word Linux, right? You just have to, right? And I did this before. I actually had a video before about this. I can go to YouTube right now. And let's see. So we go to my videos should be here somewhere. Well, actually, /LEIOSOS. I'll probably user. Oh no, I found it. Videos. And can I search my videos? Search for supercomputing. I had to remove it. No, I don't have it anymore. But it had like 10 to 20,000 views or something like this. And I had to remove it because the comment section was just full of just mean people. Like, so at the time, I said that, it was made 5 years ago. Oh no, like 10 years ago, before GPUs were really a big thing. And so I said what I said up here, that most nodes are meant for compute, not for GPU. And because of that, you would not be able to run your video games on a supercomputer. The game was, or the video was basically, why can't you run your video games on a supercomputer, right? And that's actually the reason, because you didn't have the GPUs available. That was one of my reasons. And I had a bunch of other reasons like that. It was a different type of video. And the comment section was just really mean. Like, they kept correcting me. They were like, well, that's not how processing works. That's not how this works. Linux is a piece of crap. How dare you say it's better than Windows for this purpose? And I just kept getting all these comments. And I'm like, I don't want to deal with this at this time. And so I got rid of it. I just completely got rid of it. I also didn't like the way I didn't like my presentation in that video and a lot of other things as well. But I'm kind of scared about making another video about supercomputing and stuff like that, because I know the comment section is going to get vitriolic again. And keep us stress. Let's see, maybe make a video about it. So supercomputing is distributed computing, and they're working together. Maybe it's good. It gives hits. But it had a lot of views. It had a decent number of views. It was my largest number of views before I transitioned into my new style of content that I started when I did my PhD. But yeah, it had a decent number of views, like 10. I think it had like 50,000 or something like that. But yeah, I just got rid of it. It just wasn't worth it. I made it when I was in Los Alamos and working with some of the supercomputers there. So I just got tired because all the people in the comment section were they were just like, oh, you don't know what you're talking about, you know, how dare you say this? And I'm just like, come on, like I maybe misspoke about one thing. That doesn't mean the entire video is bad, you know? And I wasn't willing to go through that again. So I don't know. I should do it again. I definitely should. But I haven't decided how that new video will be presented. Maybe I'll make one soon in like a more relaxed style, kind of like I made this last video, and just like have a talking video about like why you can't play your games on supercomputers and stuff like that. But we'll see. That's kind of for the future. This game here could almost definitely be played on a supercomputer. So, the one that we're making in a terminal. Okay, so how's it going? I remember last time on your stream you had a big discussion about continuing the postdoc. Yeah, I'm still doing the postdoc. We'll see. You're saying "but" in the chat. So content, I think, was a union of type string and then vector of string. I want to say something like this. Okay, so let's go into VI. Yeah, okay, so now we're going to go VI objects and then objects.jl. And we have this mutable struct object, but actually what I do is I want to create an abstract type object, and then I'm going to say mutable struct. And I guess, so this is where we need to think about how we're going to, I think I want to call this mutable struct shape, maybe? The game is run on one PC, and if you want to run it on a supercomputer, you'd have to run it on many computers doing the same task. Well, you don't necessarily have to run something distributed on a supercomputer. It's just that that's what it's built to do, you know? It's like, you know, most of your code is only going to use one core anyway, you know? So unless you specify it for multi-core stuff. What do you use for animations for your YouTube videos? We use a mix of different things. Blender for 3D, but also we use GathVL, which is what I've been using recently, which is a visualization library that Gathros and myself created. It was, I mean, we created as a community. Also, Gustorn helped as well. So this is what we use predominantly. The question about running a game on supercomputer for GPU to divide tasks is and get higher frames. Yeah, that's not exactly right. So the issue there is that, again, it's a communication issue. The journal news page before. Let's say you have a GPU here, a GPU here. Let's say you have 4 GPUs, which isn't uncommon. You have 4 GPUs, right? And then you've got your CPU over here with the display, right? So this is actually going to be incredibly slow. It's actually better to use 1 GPU instead of using 4 GPUs, right? And the reason for that is that in order for these GPUs to do anything, they have to transfer data between each of the GPUs, right? Or at the very least, they need to transfer data to your monitor, which again, this is you over here, in order to display things, right? So at some point, they have to take all the data from the GPUs and they have to, you know, turn it into one object, right? And that's actually a slow process, especially because this GPU is not in your own PCI port. So again, this is over an SSH connection or something like that. So the slowest part of any computation is not the computation itself, but actually the movement of data from one GPU to another. That's the slowest part of any distributed computation, the movement of data, which is why it's so incredibly different than just writing code on your own computer, because on your own computer, the computation is usually the longest part. You don't usually think about moving memory around. But here we're memory limited. And so that's why we always find methods and algorithms that minimize data transfer instead of minimizing compute time. So like, in some ways you'd rather recompute like the entire video game on one node instead of distributing it across 4, because it's that much faster just to do everything on one node. Do they connect together or separate? It depends. So usually you have one node where all 4 are connected via a fast NVLink, is what it's called, NVLink connection. And so this is really fast, but then you'll have another set of nodes down here. So again, you have 4 more GPUs in your other node, and these 4 GPUs are then not connected, right? So then these are then over as slow. So these guys are connected relatively quickly, but then these guys, 3 and 1, for example, would be connected again through like something like an SSH connection. It's actually closer to a PCIe connection, which is fast, but I mean, it's nowhere near as fast as it needs to be, you know? So this is really slow, like really slow. This is just kind of slow. And this is like slug pace. Like this is just like, you shouldn't even try. Have you played around with Manum? It also similar library you showed. It was written by a guy, 3 Blue and Brown. Yeah. So I talked to Grant about using Manum a few years ago, and we decided it just wasn't worth it at that time to do it, and so we created our own library. Nowadays, Manum's more like it's more common. I feel like a lot of people are using Manum for their stuff, and so I kind of like the fact that my own library gives me my own visual style. Even with Mellanox, I don't know what Mellanox is. I've never heard of that. I don't know what this is, so I don't know. Sorry about that. Yeah, it might be some PCI. You never heard of Mellanox? No, I haven't. I'm sorry. I have no idea. Mellanox PCI card was 3. He's using Manum. What Falcon said before. So yeah, he's definitely using Manum. He created Manum, and then slowly people have been using it for other stuff. I actually had told him that I wouldn't mind working on his library to make it more user friendly, and he said that'd be fine, but I think it's better if you work on your own library. And then we ended up kind of going back and forth there. So we ended up not, I just ended up working on my own library in the end, which I think turned out better. I actually really like the animations that we make. Sure, yeah, we can't animate text like 3 Blue 1 Brown does, but on the other hand, I kind of feel like some of the text animations are maybe a bit distracting from the overall purpose of the video, you know? So I don't think it's that big of a deal. Oh, interesting. I didn't know that. NVIDIA bought Mellanox? Yeah, cool. So, yeah, so I don't know. I kind of like the style that we have. I think the animations we make are pretty good and crisp. Could they be better? Could they be made easier? Yeah, that's definitely true, right? But, we work with what we have, and I think this is okay. So, but yeah, thanks guys so much for all the questions. Sorry if I'm sounding like kind of drony. The thing is, like, when people ask me a bunch of questions, I end up like getting into this mode where like I'm answering question, and then my mind just kind of like, you know what I mean? Like it makes me sound less excited than I actually am. I don't know. I get this weird thing. I sound like bored, but I'm not bored. I'm not bored at all. So, sorry for what? Like, no, I meant I'm sorry for sound, like, I'm not bored. Like, I'm not, I appreciate the questions is what I'm saying. Okay. So, yeah, I'm just curious about Supernova supercomputers. Oh, Supernova supercomputers is different. We ran Supernova simulations on a supercomputer. So we did simulations of supernova remnant plasmas where we did a Monte Carlo simulation in order to determine, no, we did a backwards Monte Carlo calculation in order to determine when the supernova exploded from the remnant plasma's mean plasma density or something like this. So, oh no, I appreciate the questions. The questions are good. I definitely appreciate it. Otherwise we'd be, just like spending forever trying to figure out module stuff in Julia, which is probably fine. Actually, all I need to do is define what this is. So let's see, we have struct object, and in here we're gonna say every subtype of object requires at least x, y, width, height, content. And then we'll have additional things that we can work on. Okay, so that means render object here should be of type object. And then we can make everything else a subtype of type object. So now we need a mutable struct object, which we're going to say is going to be, I don't know what to call this for now, so we'll go back and chat. I don't know why I'm even interested in it. I failed at physics. Don't worry, I also failed at physics. I've got a PhD in physics, and I tend to I'm just not good at it, you know? Like, I'm just not good at physics, you know? I think I'm decent at computational physics. Like, anything that has to do with, like, algorithms and methods and stuff like that, I'm pretty good at. But with actual physics, I just don't have physical intuition. Like, not as much as, like, my girlfriend has, like, a lot of physical intuition. She can just pump papers out because she knows, like, you know, what's interesting, why, you know, all this kind of stuff. I'm not that way. I tend to only see interesting stuff in, like, the computation of physics, you know? So we're going to have object, which is going to be a subtype object. And we're going to call this, how about we call this shape? Okay. And then we're going to create rectangle, which is going to return, rectangle is going to be vector string. And then here we're going to return shape. And in here we're going to say shape. Okay, right and quit. And I think this should compile. Does it work? No, it doesn't, because I'm an idiot. Syntax abstract type. Oh, right, I forgot the end. So we're going to go into objects. Then we're going to abstract type object end is what we're going to say. Does this compile? Missing comma, or let's see, spectrum.jl dialog 8. So let's go into dialog, go to line 8, and it says union string vector. Right, I need to do this. Okay, that seemed to compile. If it runs, I'm going to be pretty excited because I'm not expecting this to run. It doesn't. Of course it doesn't. No constructors have been defined for spectrum.object. Right, so that means I need to go run test 14. Okay, good. We're getting there one step at a time. So let's go into vi run test.jl 14, and it says ball is equal to object, but we're going to call this shape. Okay, and then objects is going to be vector of object. That should be fine. So let's try that. Control D, run it again, Control D, reset. Oh, that's a pain. I'm not an evil genius physician, so I don't care. Dr. Doofenshmirtz, you mean? I wonder if it's possible to model the human body on a computer. One last curious question. Why there is no syntax highlighting in the editor? I just don't like syntax highlighting. There isn't really a reason for it. I just find syntax highlighting is visually distracting for me, so I don't use it, you know? If you like syntax highlighting, yeah, cool. I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just saying that I don't like it, you know? And I think a lot of people actually, I think we've probably turned off a lot of people to this stream because we don't use syntax highlighting, you know? But it's okay. I'm relatively happy with how I program, and I don't feel like it's that big of a deal. So we have the vector object there, and that should be fine. So let's go here and let's do Julia double dash project, and we run using specterm and then specterm.main, and hopefully it works. Bam, look at that. So we created an abstract type object, and then we made shape, and we made dialog box, subtypes of that. So now we can dispatch specifically on these guys. Yeah, I used to use syntax highlighting as an undergraduate. I just got, again, like, this is nothing, I just didn't like it at the time, you know? Make one time and see if there are more viewers. No, I'm not going to try it on stream. Like, if it's just going to make me rage at the computer screen on stream, I'd rather not, you know? Like, I know there's a subset of people on Twitch that love to see people get really, really angry at playing League of Legends or whatever it is that they watch. But I don't want that to be this community. I don't want to, like, make a toxic community just because I'm angry, because I get pissed off, because I can't read the screen anymore, you know? It's just little things like, you know, like, sure, I'll rant about MATLAB, but I'm not actively using MATLAB, you know? So it means that my rants are not, like, as angry as I would be if I had actual MATLAB code that I had to write on screen, right? Those rants are really bad. So we're going to do, let's go over here, quit vi objects dialog box, and we're going to say mutable. So now we have struct dialog box, which is of type object. Pretty excited. Let's go. So now we're going to go over here and do using revise. And because everything is in the scope of the main function, we should just be able to constantly rewrite the main function without having to recompile. That is exciting. You know, a lot of you guys were like, why are you using Julia for this? This is the worst language for this project. And you might be right, but I am enjoying the process. You know, it's kind of like back when I used to do Fortran Fridays, like I was a big fan of just using code that I like to write. I've only been here for 2 minutes, but I already know this is a fantastic channel. Checked out GitHub, and you're a real one. Appreciate the effort, mate. Hey, thank you so much for coming in. If you have any questions or anything, let me know. I'm doing what I can to get through all the, like, everything I can as fast as possible, like all the questions and comments. But yeah, if you have anything specific you want to ask, just ask. I'll do what I can to answer. Man, I am really rambly today. Okay, so now let's go into vi run and then run tests.jl. And just to make sure, I can run specterm main right now, and it is working. So now I'm going to try something. This is going to be incredibly exciting if it works. I'm going to create a dialog box, and I am going to, oh no, I can't do it yet because I screwed up. So let's go into, let's see. So what does create rectangle return? Create rectangle returns a shape. So if create rectangle returns a shape, and we want to use that create rectangle function in order to create the border for the dialog box. Yeah, let's just go. So we're going to do dialog.jl. And I guess I want to make this so, can I make it? I'm going to mess around with types a bit. I'm not actually sure how this is going to work. Let's go into vi objects and then objects.jl. And what I want to do is I actually want to create mutable struct object. Okay. And we're going to have it have all this guy in here, right? Can I turn this into an abstract type object? Is that allowed? Using specterm abstract type at expected end got y. Okay. No, it has to be that way. Okay. This will be mutable struct type, mutable struct shape. Which will be of subtype. Okay. Let's see. So that would mean then that maybe I need to dispatch specifically on. So create rectangle. So create rectangle needs to return. Create rectangle needs to return some sort of content, right? So if it needs to return some type of content, and we want this content, so we actually want to return either a dialog box with this type of content in it, or we want it to return a shape. So maybe I need to create like a conversion function from shape to dialog box. Maybe that's what I need to do. Or I create a separate function for create rectangle specifically for the create dialog box. So how would I convert? I guess I would need to overload base.convert. So let's go here, right and quit. Let's go to vi source or objects dialog. And let's just overwrite it. So we're going to go here and we're going to say function base.convert, I believe with a capital C. Let me just make sure. So we're going to say convert. And we're just going to say 1. I think it needs to be string and then 1. And this should convert. I misspelled convert. Convert, not defined. Convert. Can it convert object type int64 to an object of type string? Okay, well, what if we do float64? Okay, that works. Cool. So it's going to be lowercase c here. And we're going to overload base.convert. And we're going to make sure it takes the type that we want to turn it into, which is going to be of type dialog box. So this would mean, I believe it's type of dialog box here. And then we want it to read in something that is a shape. So we'll say, we are going to say type T. Oh, Okay. So we want type T. And then here we're going to take where T is within abstract string. Oh, no, this is exactly what we want. And then type T. And then we're going to say where T is within type object. Hoo-hoo, look at that. That's beautiful. Kuroga Max, thank you so much for following. Really appreciate it. Do you use Mac or use it? I used Mac before, just for a few years when I was doing my PhD, just because the unit had a Mac. But I quickly switched back to Linux just because I like the workflow of Linux. And I think actually I want to put this actually in the object function, in the object. Oh, come on. Objects here. So we have shape object, and then I'm going to actually put it down here. So we are going to have some sort of convert function between everything. And here we're going to say, let's see. So one is the input of type T. And so I guess what we want to say is we're converting. What do you think of Mac is missing for the workflow? I actually think Mac has a great development workflow. I think Mac has just as good development workflow as Linux. With exception of a decent package manager, which you can easily get around with Brew or MacPort or something like that. Windows, though, I feel is missing a lot of features for having a good development environment. It's missing a native terminal, and yeah, sure, now you have the Ubuntu subsystem for Linux or whatever, Windows subsystem for Linux. So that works fine. And I think now that that exists, Windows is now a better development platform. But personally, I feel that Windows is missing a lot of essential tools to be a decent development platform. Mac has most of it except for the package manager. It's work average. What do you mean it's work average? I agree. WSL has a lot of issues. I agree it has a lot of issues, but I could not use Windows before. Now that WSL exists, I now can use it, you know? So it's like, it's one of those things that I agree it has issues, but it's better than not having it, because without it, I was unable to do my work. Because again, everything that I do is interfacing with a supercomputer, which is 100% Linux. Random question, I'm using an IDE where it autocompletes parentheses brackets for you. It's annoying, though, to have to take my hand off home row to arrow to the right to add a final semicolon. Do you know of any hotkeys to move your cursor to the right of the auto-completed bracket? I don't have an IDE that auto-completes my brackets because I find that really annoying. So I don't know. So I'm sorry for that. I don't really have an answer. Maybe someone in chat does, though. So what we want to do is we want to say, yeah, it's annoying. I agree. It's definitely annoying. Like, that's why I don't do it. So what I want to say is that, how do I do this? So base.convert, what does a base.convert look like? At edit, and then we're going to convert to float 64. And then 1. What does this look like? Are you kidding me? Why? Just every time. I just deleted all my Julia stuff, so why does it automatically think environmental Julia default editor? Every time. Environmental variables. I just need to set this. So I want to set this in this guy. So let's just open this up and set that now, because I just deleted my .julia directory for some reason, and now I've got to. Okay, go over here and change this. Okay. Dang it. Okay, so we're cd.julia. Okay, make directory config. cd config. Actually, screw it. We just do this. And then we do that. And then we paste this in here. Great. So now it's default VI, which is what I want. Okay, great. Let's go over here. Now we just paste this in and change this to VI, enter, and now we try at edit. Okay, so what does the convert function normally look like? It is just convert type T, xt, where T is with a number. And so we want it to return. Oh, okay, so I think we can actually just do that then. So if we just do T, where's the type? Type is the type object. So this is going to be type object. And can we just return? I have to think about this one a bit. I think search fill bracket. Which ID are you using? WebStorm. You want to add a semicolon. Oh, if that's an option, it would be cool. Or if I could hit tab or something to get the end of the autocomplete. Yeah, I'm sure you can. I don't know. I know nothing about this, so sorry about that. Okay. So let's see. So right now we're saying we have element t. So t is going to be of type shape, right? And we want to convert it to be of type dialog box, which is of subtype object. So we're going to say so we want to convert it to be of type dialog box. So then it's just going to be type. And can I splat out the contents of, so t of, and then we just have to splat out the contents of our object. And I don't know how to do that exactly. Is integer, let's see. Okay, so can I just do, I'm just going to check something over here. So we're going to create struct, and we're going to say struct A, capital A, why not, is going to have X and Y, X, which is going to be of type int, and then Y, which is also going to be of type int, and then we're going to end, and then we're going to create struct B, which has the same contents. Okay, and now I'm just going to try to do this base.convert. Oh, well, okay, let's just see what happens if we do, I don't know, val is going to be equal to b of 1, 2. Okay, this will create b of 1, 2. And if I say val, it does that. And now if I do, how do I, oh, I guess I know how I'm going to do it. I'm going to say t, which is of type dialog box, and then we're just going to say, assuming they have the same constructor, then we can just do, type t, I guess t.x, t.y, t.height, and then t.width, and then t.content. Okay, I think that'll work. We'll see. Let's go to dialog box, and here we're going to create a function that's going to be called create dialog. Okay, so let's see, what do we have here? There's an option JavaScript. I really like the idea of interpreter. Let's see. But like struct is like dictionary, and all you do is create types like C. It's really a safe language. I don't know what you mean by that. I'm so sorry. What do you mean safe language? Like type safety or memory safety? Or I'm sorry, maybe a dumb question to ask back. I'm sorry. So we've redraw dialog. What I want to do here is I want to have a function called create dialog. So function create dialog, and then here we're going to basically read in, I don't think we need to read in X, Y, height, width. I don't think we need to read in any of these because we already know what these are going to be. Does it have the issues C has? Some of them I'm sure, but I don't know if it has all those issues because I don't know which issues you're talking about exactly. Hey Prutz, how are you? So create dialog, I think actually here it can just be a standard function and end this. Because I think what we need is I compared it to dictionary because Python doesn't have structs. I think it's quite different than a dictionary. Because you specifically have to say that your struct is mutable, right? In order to change the elements on the inside, right? So I think it is quite different than a dictionary in terms of how it relies on like how the memory and everything is underneath. Dictionary has a hash map. Yeah. I don't know how dictionaries work underneath. I'm so sorry. Okay, so here we're going to say create dialog. And I guess what I want to do here is text user interfaces. Okay, so using text user interfaces, and then text user interfaces dot end curses, and we should have text user interfaces dot end curses dot get max xy or something. Get max x and get max y. So in here we're going to do max x is going to be equal to get max, and then max y is going to be get max y. So now we have the maximum x and maximum y, and we're just going to put the dialog box at the bottom of that. So down here we're going to do create, I suppose there might be exceptions to this, and we'll think about those exceptions later, like where we want the user to actually input like a yes or no option or something like that. Then in that case, is that still considered a dialog box, or is that considered something else? I feel like it should be considered something else because it's not going to be, but we'll talk about that later. So create rectangle in here, and then I believe all we need is max x. No, it's going to be max y minus 4, 0. Then the width, no, the height is going to be 4, and then the width is going to be max x. And so I think that's a rectangle we want. And then we're going to go over here, we're going to say container, I guess. I don't know what to call it. It's going to be equal to this. And then we say return, convert to type dialog box, and then container. Something like this, I think, is what we're going for. So we'll create the dialog box simply by using the function we used before, which returns a type shape, but then we cast it onto type dialog box. Now, this does mean that any constructor, in order for the convert function to work, this means that we have to create an outer constructor or some kind of constructor for each of these functions, for each of these structs that have different content within it. But I think this will work for now. So again, we'll kind of think about this later. So we'll say that this depends on each shape having a similar constructor. Okay, let's write this, go over here, and let's just see what happens. If we do using revise, it's going to break. I'm sure it's going to break. And then we do using spec term, and let's just see where it breaks at. Okay, cool. We got an error. Let's see. Oh, I missed a lot of chat. So Julia is like a strict language. Struct is a layout known in advance. So Julia is like a strict language. Well, you can use both binary trees and hash tables for dictionaries. Yeah, does it make it faster? I recall that Python uses hash tables. Does it matter what's behind it? You're right, it is a hash map. Yes, look up after some operations. Also, is there a reason you're using Julia? Is Julia type safe here? Yeah, it should be. I don't have any reason. Wait, let me relook up the definition of type safety, so I'm not saying something really dumb here. I think maybe refers to the language that ensures the operation is working on the right kind of data at some point before the operation is actually performed. This may be at compile time, at runtime. Yeah, it's definitely type safe. Like, there's no doubt it's type safe. This is all done at compile time. So, yeah. I thought maybe there was something like I just didn't understand the definition of it, but yeah, that's true. Okay, so precompiled spec term, what do we have here? Objects.jl13. So it doesn't like my base.convert function here. So let's see. Function arguments and static parameters name must be distinct. Okay, that's fair. So here we'll have type T, and then we are going to say we want some other value, which we'll call source, which will be of type. We'll call it of type object. Because I suppose we were being a bit too fancy here. No, we actually want type T here. And then we want this to be of type source, which is of type T as well, which of course will be subtype. And then we change this to source. Source. And I might also want to call T destination, but we'll worry about that in just a second. Cool, so that precompiled. That's nice. And if I run specterm.main, we should have the same thing we had before, because we didn't change anything in the main function. But we didn't. No constructors have been defined for specterm.object. This is going to be in Okay. Let's see. Push, arrays, shape, main, spectrum, run test 16. So vi source, run test 16. So it's push objects person. So person is create person, and it should be returning shape. Wasn't this working just a second ago? I swear this is working. We can get into a way we can test humans. Wait, what do we have here? Is there any reason you're using Julia? Yeah, so the reason I'm using Julia, it's for a number of different reasons. One, I think Julia is actually a really good language. I'm a big fan of it as a language. It's just as fast as C, and it's relatively easy to read and write when compared to C and stuff like that. I would say it's a little bit easier to read and write than Python, but that's because I'm used to it and I know what I'm looking for. So then what? Yep. So that's the reason why I'm using Julia. Another reason I'm using Julia is because I feel like these particular libraries for Julia are underdeveloped, and I kind of want to help develop them if I can to contribute back to the Julia ecosystem. And the last reason is, I'm using Julia for work, and I kind of want to learn a bit more about building a full Julia package, because I did it a while ago, and things have changed since the last time I built a full Julia package. So I want to do it again, so I get back into the habit of doing this more often. Is there a difference when reading papers because there's no way to test it? Wait, if we can get to improvement and advancements where we can make medicine better, there is a difference when reading papers because there's no way to test it. Yeah, unfortunately, I see what you're saying. Unfortunately, it's impossible to really model a human right now with our current computational resources. It's impossible to model a human in that way. We just don't have the computational resources. Now, we might have them in the future, but that's going to be a long time. Like, biological models are like in their infancy right now. There's so much we still have to do before we actually have good, rigorous mathematical definitions for what a biological organism is. So like physical biology, for example, it's not a pseudoscience, but it's so young, it's really hard to say anything about it, So we're very far from being able to represent it in code, let alone even represent it physically, If we could represent it as a series of partial differential equations, then we could potentially solve something. So our work in computational neuroscience, we're so far away. Yeah. I used to do some computational neuroscience at OIST. It's tough. It's really tough. But yeah, so Julia is a good language for scientific computing and various applications. And that's what I work in, and I just want to make a terminal game. And so I figured let's shoot a couple birds with one stone. I don't actually understand why this is breaking anymore. It's saying that no constructors have been defined for spectrum.object. But we did define a constructor for... Yeah, we did define a constructor. So maybe this has to do with the convert function, actually. Let's go into vi objects, and then we do objects.jl. Let me just remove this convert function and see if everything still works as intended. Because for some reason, it should, but I don't know what the deal is. So let's just open it up again. Julia using Spectrum. And let's try spectrum.main again. Yeah, this works fine. Yeah, okay. So for some reason, when we created a convert function, it is now trying to convert. It's now trying to convert any of the objects that we're pushing into that array into type object, instead of allowing them to be subtypes of type object. And that's not exactly what I wanted. So maybe I just create an explicit conversion from type shape into type dialog box, and I don't worry so much about the conversion. Yeah, so let's modify this so this is only in dialog box. I would love to make it more general, but I'm not exactly sure how to do that right now. So let's go to vi objects and then dialog.jl, and let's just stick it here, and let's just make it an explicit conversion from type shape into type from type shape. We'll say dialog box, and then source, which is of type shape, and then $, and then now here we're just going to return dialog box. Okay, so if we write this should allow us to run the same code we were just running without any problems, and then yeah, we should be able to run spectrum.main. This should work fine. And now we just have an explicit conversion between shape and dialog box, which isn't great. That's not exactly what I wanted, but it's okay. I don't mind it so much. Make general. So generalizing this to any object for some made it so any time we pushed onto an array of objects, it would try to type convert subtypes into object which has no constructor. I'm just leaving that down in case, you know, just so I remember it later. What do we have here? Ohayou gozaimasu. Let's see. Neuroscience is brain research. Kind of. Yeah, I mean, I don't know if you... It depends on... Yeah, it depends on what you count as brain research, right? If you say psychology, neuroscience is not psychology. But it does, like, research kind of like, the brain itself. So, yeah. We do brain mapping and modeling. Yeah, he answered. I'm sorry. I do think the issue with computational resources... I don't think the issue is with computational resources, but understanding it and making a deterministic program to run it. Even if you have infinite computational resources, you won't get to any point, I think. Right, so we have to attack it from both angles. I completely agree. So, and that's what I was saying before. The models we have are insufficient, right? But even then, the computational resources, in order to use the models that we could conceive of, are also inconsistent. So, or also... not there yet. So like what I could imagine us doing in the next few years is creating a physical like implementation of the certain biological systems we have in humans, right? So I could imagine like maybe having a better having a better DFT method, so a better what's it called? DFT, dense functional theory simulation that allows for us to like more accurately simulate molecular dynamics and stuff like this, which could allow for us to, you know, start simulating biology and stuff like that at a better level. We could create a more mean like field approximation for the human. I don't know, there's a lot of things that I could imagine doing as a physicist, but none of these are computationally viable, right? So that's what I'm saying. Like not only do we not have the models, but even the models that we can think of are not going to be able to run on the current computational resources we have without making these better. So it's like we have to attack it from like 3 different angles to get there, in my opinion. Maybe you can run fast Java code. Can you run Java on a supercomputer? I don't think I've ever actually seen people running Java on a supercomputer, but I'm sure you can. Bong. Wait, Bong. Is that iru masho? Bong. What is that? It's like bongo? Yumaze. W means laugh. Let me translate this. I'm so sorry. Translate. I should know this, and I don't because I can't even spell translate. Let's make pong. Oh, pong. Pong. I read bong, and I was really confused as to what that meant. And then skurumasho instead of iku. For some reason, I read that as iku. What does iku look like? Iko. Oh, how did I think that was iko? Skuru. Sukuru. Oh, that's different. Tsukuru. Yeah. I don't know how I thought skuru and iku were the same. They look completely different now that I'm looking at them, but my bad. Pong. Gomen. And then Yuama za. I don't know what that was. I don't know what that one is. What did you write? Yo mama. APO, thank you so much for following. Really appreciate it. Ping pong. Ping pong. Spark run Scala code, which compiles to Java. That's pretty good. Okay, so we have the create dialog function. So I'm going to do write and quit here. Go to vi run and then run tests. And we're going to modify this so the border, we're now going to call this dialog. So we're going to say dialog is going to be equal to create dialog here. And then we're going to push dialogs. And I think that should be fine. So if we go over here and we run Control D, Julia, I'm going to use using revise. And then we'll do using Spectrum. This should allow us to have a dialog box. I hope. And then we'll try typing something into the dialog box. Gabe Scott 10, thank you so much for following. Really appreciate it. So now let's see. We use Spectrum, so let's just run... Can I just run main? Main not defined. So spectrum.main. Dang it. No method matching type of text user interfaces end curses get max xy in 64. Closest methods are complex Boolean. What? You're telling me that get max xy, which is trying to get the maximum of the x or y values of your terminal, is going to return a complex Boolean? No way. That's the dumbest interface I've ever heard of. Okay, let's just see what it actually returns. So we're going to do using text user interfaces. Oh, I forgot to open up Julia. Then using text user interfaces dot end curses, and then text user interfaces, and let's see what it does. So we're going to do methods of get max x. One method for method get max x. Okay, so I need to read in the window. That's one thing. Two, let's see, common mistakes to use though. Pong has been the easiest game to make. Either that or Snake. I definitely made Pong before. CD into projects scivl./scivl dash s Pong. Yeah. So here's my Pong game. I made it a while ago. It's just a very simple game. The ball moves slightly faster as you move back and forth. And there is a concept of FPS, so you only update the screen every few FPS. I bring that up because at some point the ball goes really kind of too fast, way too fast for you to actually see it. So yeah, the ball's moving. Yeah, it's there, like it's hitting the paddles. You just can't see it because we're not updating fast enough. I'm not gonna say I'm a pro game developer, but Red definitely won that. So anyway. Yeah, we've made Pong before. I might actually recreate Pong in the terminal. Question I don't know the answer to, and yes, I should. Two boards and ball, pretty much. Can you make it VSync? I mean, ray trace. Actually, I don't know. I've been wanting to do some ray tracing here on stream for a while. I haven't done it in a long time. Okay, so this means getMax X requires us to read in some sort of background, some sort of BG. So let's go into... We could have the window available in the global scope. I don't really like that very much, but we could do that. So let's just do objects, and I'm gonna do... What am I doing? Give me a second. I need to think about this. Dialogue. And then for create dialogue, we're just gonna read in the window that we're... Okay, that would be... okay, window. And here we're gonna do window. And here we're gonna do window. And then this should work if we go over here, run quit, vi source, run, and then run tests. And then for create dialog, we just need to read in the background, which has been already initialized. So this should in principle work if we do using Spectrum. And then we do just Spectrum main. Come on. Dang it. No method for create rectangle int. Is anyone else reading this error? No method for create rectangle, int 64, int 64, int 64, int 32. Why was one of my ints 32-bit? Under what situation? So vi objects, dialog, and what do we have here? So we have create dialog. Where are we? Rectangle. It returns a 32-bit integer. Also, let me go into vi objects and then create rectangle. I'm sorry, objects. And then let's go into create rectangle. I did typecast them onto ints. I feel like I don't need to do that. Actually, no, this is good. I'm glad I did that. Because now if I go here, I know for a fact that this is going to be type unstable. So I'm pretty happy that actually it told me that, because now I know that these are going to return int 32s, but I actually want them to return int 64s. So I'm going to cast them onto int 64s. Now you could be asking, why are we using int 64s instead of int 32 as a terminal game? You're right. I'm sorry. It's just what I'm doing. So let's go ahead and reset. Run Julia again. And now we're going to run using Spectrum. and then specterm.main. Please work. Come on, just give me something. Dialog box not defined. Control D. Reset. Try it again. We'll get it one step at a time. Julia -- project. Source run test.jl. Right, because run test doesn't run main. Julia -- project. Here. Why can't it fix it? But it just says you did this bad. Right. So the reason it doesn't fix it is because so we have this object of we have this thing called a number, right? And inside number you have float32, float64, int32, int64, all these guys, right? So I specified that every single one of the types that I'm reading in to create dialog is of type int, which is by default int64. So I said it was of type int. Now I thought int would be like, I thought it was number and then int, and then it split off into int32 and 64, but I think it's okay. So then when I was reading this in, this getMaxXY returns an int32, but this is expecting an int64. So what would have happened compiler-wise is we would have used create rectangle, and it would have compiled two different forms of create rectangle. One would have been, with int 64, 64, 64, and then 32, and another one would have been with 4 64s. So it's actually just warning me against type instabilities, which is why I'm like specifying all my types. I need to make sure that all the types are like known at compile time is essentially what I'm doing. So as it's pre-compiling that that particular function, it's telling me, hey, look, you've got something in here that, might force me to compile this function twice and have two different versions. So I actually kind of appreciate that it's doing that, that way we know all the types are working. I really like ray tracing, like shadows, feel like movie. Yep, I agree with you. Using specterm. Here we go. Now let's try it one more time. Specterm.main. Okay, we have something. Is it what we need? No. Is it something? Yes. Okay, the box is at a weird location for some reason, and I'm not exactly sure how much. It probably uses no memory. Let's quit. I don't know what happened there. So we have create rectangle, which is going to be max y. But what? Let me actually print max y. So mv print w, and let's print max x and max y, and we're just going to put it at 10, 10, let's say, max y, and then we're going to also do it at 10, 20. Let's see what they're actually returning here. So using specterm.main, right. D, Julia, using revise. Now using specterm. One second, give it a second. Using specterm, and now we're going to try running specterm.main. And then hopefully, when we're running create dialog, it will tell us no method mentioning mv print w in 64 in 64 in 64. Closest candidates are okay. So we need just a string type. That's fine. Ah, dang it. Reset. The issue is every time like something breaks in curses, I have to reset the terminal, which is really annoying. So we're just gonna run using revise again. Let's just do it this way, specterm. So we put it all in one line, and then we go from there. Also, I keep hitting this enter with my pinky, and now my pinky is starting to hurt because I press it so much, so I'm starting to get like some sort of like repetitive strain injury, which is kind of a pain. So I'm hoping... Okay, so... Where's our numbers? We told it to mv print w. Oh, because it's not updating every... Because it's not updating every... I gotcha. Okay, so let's go here to the run tests. So where are we? Run test.jl. And I'm just gonna comment all of this out for now because we don't need it technically. Then we're gonna kill curses here, and we're just gonna sleep for 2 seconds. We're gonna quit. Run it again. It's pre-compiling. Give it a second. 5858. Okay, maybe I know what I did wrong. Quit. Let's go into dialog. No, I don't know what I did wrong. Why does it say my terminal is of size 5858? The width should be... Okay, well, let's try something. So we're going to do print, and we're just going to print 1 to print ones from 1 to 58. Ones to 58. Okay, so I would reckon... Let's do 56. No. Okay, let's just print 1... I for I equals 1 to 58. Ah, come on. Here, there. Okay, 1, 2, 3 for 27. Okay, no, this is probably right. So I reckon that this is 58. I reckon the Y length is 58. But I know for a fact this is 80. The width is 80. It has to be. So get max XY and get max XX. Let me think here. Am I using them incorrectly? Oh, no, I'm just dumb. I'm just really dumb. MV print W here is just printing max X twice. So if I run this again, then we should get 80, 58. Okay, that's what I expected. Good. So that means we know that it is of... We know it's correct. So now the question is, why is our text box all funny looking? Like, it's going... I don't even know. So what were we doing before for create rectangle? Quit vi run, and then run tests.jl. I don't think I have create rectangle anymore. I think I deleted it. Yeah, so I think if we did full size, it'd be... I think it's fine. I think we learned what we needed to learn. Okay, let's just run a quick git diff. Let's see, and we should have in here like some red text saying that we removed create rectangle here. So we said it was 20, which would be, yeah, that would be 58 minus, that would be 58, so 200480, okay? And what are we reading in? So if we go to objects dialog here, we get, so let's just try yank paste. Let's change this container to make it so it is now, again, we're just gonna do 20. 2480. Okay, let's go over here and let's run spectrum.main again. Okay, and here we see that there has to be something wrong with the, there must be something wrong with the text box then. Because, like, there must be something wrong with convert somehow. How long it take you to read a paper? It depends on the paper. Like, short papers I can usually get through in 30 minutes, but if I know nothing about the topic, it takes an hour or two. It really just depends. Okay, so let's see. So that means that we are creating the container correctly, but also I just kind of realized that we are creating the container correctly. So that means we're probably doing something wrong with our convert in here. Do you focus on understanding it fully or briefly? I usually focus, it depends on the paper as well. Like if you're looking at recent changes in your field, you don't really have to understand it fully. You can just kind of read it and just, you'll get the gist of it because you already know it. But if you're trying to learn a new field, then you have to fully understand it. It takes a lot longer, you know, if you're trying to really use a new knowledge in your research, you know. So it says, so source.x, source.y, source.height, source.width, source.content. I mixed up the x and y. Okay, so now we're going to spectrum.main. Look at that down there. Beautiful. And I think this has to be -5. Well, actually, so we have what we expect now. This is great. We have our dialog box down there. Now, the next thing I need to do is I think I'm actually going to have an argument in here that says full screen equals false. Okay? And then I'm going to say, let's see. So full screen is equal to false. And then in here we're going to say, if full screen, we're going to do this. These aren't necessary. Else, and then container, and we're just going to make it 24 by 80 because that's how I feel like doing it. So this will be 20 by 80. So most games, you know, they usually play in 20 by 80 resolution. So this is, or most terminal games play. So it's not that big of a deal. I guess I can just put this in here. Okay. That seems fine. So let's see what happens now if we're on spectrum.main. And right, so now we have our text box right here. 1, 2, 3. Does it need to be 5? 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, I guess it needs to be, this needs to be -5, not -4, because there's going to be an off by 1 error. -5. Cool. So we're slowly getting there. We have our text box back. We have our S that we can move around screen. Again, pretty happy with how this is going so far. The very next thing we need to do is try out the write to dialog option. So let me think. What are we actually doing here? So we have mv print w, and I suppose we need to have some concept of like text speed or something like that. Let me see. I think I've been streaming for about 2 hours now, and we are now back to 2 hours and 30 minutes, and we are back to like basically the beginning, right? I'm going to be right back. Sorry about that. I need to get a bit more water running out, so I'll be back in like a minute. Sorry about that. So see you guys in just a bit. Okay, back. Sorry about that. Give me just a second. Okay. Right. So you should be able to see me again now. I quit out of there. Okay. And right, so we're back at the beginning. So this is basically where we started with a dialog box at the bottom, but now we should be able to write to the dialog box. So I'm going to try that next. And then the very next thing we need to do after writing to the dialog box is making it so it just basically shows character by character. So every frame it waits a second. And I need to think about how we want to actually implement that. So I suppose it should be relatively easy. So let's just go into VI, run, but you guys can't see me, right? Yeah. And again, guys, if you have any questions, comments, concerns, anything like that, feel free to let me know. Yeah, so we'll just keep working on this. I do have a question, like, so I know a lot of you guys, how do I put this? Like, I know a lot of you guys probably watch my YouTube videos and stuff like that. I don't know, I've been actually, like, a bit concerned. Like, I've been thinking a lot about my YouTube content recently. And I think I want to try changing it up. Like, I might be able to do, like, weekly videos or something like that. I'm not really sure. Why Julia? Just wondering. I just like the Julia language. I think it's good for this type of stuff. So, I think it's good for most things. And we're actually trying to push the language a bit to see if it has the ability to do this kind of stuff right now. And if it doesn't, I think we should probably patch it in. So, like, the goal of this, the goal of this is kind of twofold. One is to better develop the Julia packages that we have, and also it's to make a good terminal game, So it's there's a lot of reasons for this. Now, is Julia the best language for making a game? Almost certainly not, because I actually don't think you can play this game on anything, really, except for Windows, Mac, and Linux. So if you wanted to port this to, the Nintendo Switch, I don't think you can do that in Julia. It's a good question as to whether you would be able to eventually, but I don't know, Let's see. Okay. So let's go into run and then run tests.jl. And I'm just going to write some dialogue. So let's just say text is going to be equal to, and we're just going to write something. So we're just going to say, hello, my dear friend. I don't know. What up? Are you happy with your life right now? I cannot imagine that would be the case. Just looking at you. Okay, cool. So that's the text we're going to write. We have the dialog box here. And so now I'm just going to use the write dialog function. And we're going to read in the dialog box, which is going to be dialog. And then we're going to read the text. Okay, write that. Go over here and run it. No method managing write dialog spec term shape. That should definitely be returning a type dialog. So I'm surprised it's returning a type shape. So let's go to VI objects, dialog. Let's see, container, create rectangle. Aha, I see. So we need to convert. Create rectangle to dialog. Type dialog box. The user text user okay. Destroy. Oh my gosh, text user interface. Okay, Julia double dash project using revise. Then we're gonna do using spec term. Okay, now after this we should have the ability to run spectrum.main, and hopefully that's what we want. Spectrum.main. Dialog box has no field container. Okay, that's me being dumb. That's because now we no longer have this concept of a container. Okay, so let's just remove the container from all of these guys. Okay. Yep, so we no longer have this idea of a container. It's just going to be, yes, it's only used up there. Right. This, go over here, try running it again. And I don't know if it's user interface was already initialized. Okay, Control D. Of course I have to reset, and then we'll go from there. Okay, so now we're going to try it again. Julia double dash project using revise spec term, and then we'll take a look and see what we have. And so I'm going to test some different text here just to make sure everything works kind of as intended, and then we'll worry about making it, I don't know, spectrum.main. Parsing text has failed at element number 1. Crap. That means this function has failed. But we do have an error. That's nice. Yeah, that's what I thought. Okay. Parsing of text failed at element number 1. So it failed at the very first element. So what are we saying here? So we're saying parse dialog. Here we're saying we have some sort of allowed width, which is going to be box.width minus 2. That should be fine. And now we're going to say if length of text is greater than the allowed width, then we're going to say text array is going to be equal to a vector of strings, which is we're going to return the text array. We're going to say element number is equal to 1, and then we're going to say the last val is equal to 1. Then we say if element number minus last val is greater than the allowed width. So we have a couple different options. We're going to go through each element in the string, and we're going to say if the element is a new line, then we're just going to push everything from the last value to the current element number, and then we're going to reset last val. Sure. Then we say if I is equal to a new tab. Element number last val. Oh, well, that's kind of dumb, isn't it? Because this means... no, okay. Never mind, we shouldn't have an error here. We should just not have... Yeah, this shouldn't exist. That would explain some of this. Okay, let's do Julia double dash project. Using revised spec term, we just removed an error. So clearly we're not going to have an error this time. Now we'll still have an error. Spectrum.main, J not defined. Cool. Okay. So write dialog. Where's write dialog? Oh, that's past parse dialog. That's nice. Interior Y is going to be equal to J. Okay, J modulo box height minus 2. So I suppose what I wanted to do was go in here and say for J equals 1 to length of text array, probably. And then in here, where's our line? For length of text array I. Something like this is what we're looking for. Change that there. And I don't think I use line in, no, it's down here. Text array of I. So I think, let's see, how does Julia do this? Reset. And let's just create a 2 by 2 array. So A is going to be equal to 1. Let's do zeros. Let's do 10 by 10. Julia. Crap. Julia double dash project. Okay, so now A is going to be equal to zeros of 10 by 10. Okay. Now we're going to say A of 1, 2 is going to be equal to 3. Set index float 0.0. What? No method matching set index. So, okay, that's because it's not an array of arrays. So, well, let's just see what happens. So we'll do... No, this needs to be an array of arrays. So let's create an array of strings. So we're going to say A is going to be equal to... I don't know. B is going to be equal to an empty string. And then we're going to say A is going to be equal to an empty vector. And then we're going to say push onto A, B. And we're just going to do that a few times. Okay, so now we have A. And we're going to say A of 3 is going to be equal to 1, 2, 3. Oop. There. And now we're going to say A of 3, 2 should be equal to 2. Yep. Cool. So line of should be J, I. And this should be text array. I don't know why I had to do all that, because now looking at it, that's obvious. Oh well, my bad. So we're going to do using revised spec term, and then we'll see if this actually prints any text or not. And then go from there. So hopefully, you know, we get something cool. I don't know. So then we're going to do, where are we? Spectrum.main. I not defined. How is I not defined? It is on write dialog, line 48. For I equals Control D, try it again. Control D, reset. And now we're going to Julia double dash project using revise inspect term and try it one more time. Give it a second to precompile. So I don't know why spectrum. Oh, probably because it's taking a while to compile user interfaces. I not defined. What do you mean I is not defined? For I equals, did I forget to write this? No, I wrote it. On line 48, for I equals 1 to length. Oh, text array of j. Darn. Write this, go over here. Let me try just resetting here instead of having to close Julia every time. I think that closes. No, Julia's still open. So now let's try spectrum.main. Dang it. Come on. Control D, Julia double dash project, using revise spectrum. I just have to keep like recompiling it because the text user interface keeps failing. So, and there isn't much you can do about it. No method matching mv print w in64 and 64 char. Closest are candidates. So I have to change that to a string. Are you kidding me? So mv print w, and we're going to say string of this. Control D, reset. Now I have to do it again here, and then this, and then try it again. But we're getting there. We're like moving by one line at a time. So slowly but surely, we're getting through this code. And then we should have a working text box, which would be great. And then we have to worry about making that text box slow down. Okay, I think I see the problem. The problem here is that we have this idea of a loop, and we're only writing dialog the first time. But we need to write dialog every time. So here we're going to go down here, render objects, and then write dialog. Control D. No, control. That wasn't what I meant to do. Crap. Reset. I had it. I had something that was working, and then I just fail. I should have pressed Q, which would have just quit out of it, and everything would have been fine. I could have used revise and spectrum. Everything would have been fine, and then I screw up because I pressed the wrong key. Spectrum.main. Okay. Hello, my dear friend. What's up? What up? Are you happy with your life right now? I can... Shoot. Okay, so... This clearly doesn't work. So, let's see, what do we have here? So this means that we're not parsing text correctly, and also, for some reason, we're on the wrong line. So let's go over to the VI dialog. Boss1569, thank you so much for following, really appreciate it. The objects dialog.jl, and let's see what we have here. So, first of all, write dialog is probably going to have to be modified so that we're changing the contents. I think that's actually the best way to do it. So we change the contents. Okay, we'll think about that in just a second. So let's just get this working for now. So let's do +1 instead of +2, and that should at least put it on the right line. So now if we rerun it, it should be on the right line at least. And then, yep, so now we have to figure out why our text array is not writing correctly. So what should be happening is it should be splitting on this cannot and bringing that down to the next line. But that is definitely not happening. And the reason it's not happening is, I don't know. So we'll see. So first of all, we are saying if allowed width is equal to box width -2. So the allowed width is equal to that. In principle, I think we actually want that to be box width -4. Maybe that'll fix things, right? No, that definitely doesn't fix things. Yeah. Okay. Anyway, so we say box width -4, and then what we want to do is we want to say, let's see, push text array text last val element number. Okay. So what are we doing? We're saying for I is equal to 1 to length of text. So we're going through. So if our line is like 100 columns long, we're going through all 100 columns of text, and we're saying if text of I is equal to a new line, then all we're going to do is we're saying that. We're pushing onto the text array, whatever the text was, the subset from the last value, which would be the last time we had to push. So that'd be 1 to the element number, which is going to be wherever the new line is. If it's a tab, we're actually just replacing the tabs with spaces, which we probably shouldn't do. And then we're saying if element number minus the last value. Okay. If the element number minus the last value. Now, what are we using element number for then? Okay. So the element number, I think element number can just be I. If I minus last value, I think that's what we need, just I, instead of element number. And then down here, we just say, oh no, we definitely need element number. I see what we're doing here. Okay. Right. So the issue there is that, so here you see cannot is split. So we have to go back to the last space. So we find the previous space, and then we replace that space. And then we will move that down to the next line. And so let's see. I think I'm going to do, okay, I got it. I think I understand what we're doing now. So we say element number minus last value is less than that. But what I'm failing to do every step here is I'm failing to say element number plus equals 1. So let's quit here, try it again. Bounds error, attempt to access 0 element array at string 1, index 1 to 74. What? So let's see, check bounds, let's see, parse dialog. This is gonna be on line 91. So we're pushing text array of last value to last space of 1. Okay, so the last space should be the find previous space of text element number, which should work just fine. I don't see any reason why not. It wouldn't. So check bounds, attempt to access 0 element array. Oh, that's because this has to be, I see. This is not text array, it's just text. Go over here, Control D, reset. Using Julia one more time, and then we should be able to do using revise, and then hopefully this will kind of work. And there's one last thing we need to do, which you'll see what we need to do next. Should be pretty straightforward. Vector main, no method matching push, string. Oh, I need to put, I see what I'm doing. Push onto text array, and then text of that. Reset. Julia, revise, and this should work, I think. Yeah, again, guys, if you have any, the chat got kind of quiet recently, so if you guys have any questions, comments, concerns, anything like that, feel free to let me know. I'm just trying to, you know, keep up, hang out, chill with you guys. Hello, my dear friend. What up? Are you happy with your life right now? I just got here. What's the game? We're making a game where, man, that is ugly. Yeah, okay. Well, we'll just... Okay, so we're making a game right now where essentially, been lurking while getting up C++ project templates. Yeah, templates are annoying. So the game here is relatively straightforward. It's a terminal game. You are a spirit who has been sent to the world to protect some person, and your goal is basically to find this person that you're supposed to protect. So you go back and forth between the spirit world and the real world in order to find this person. So it's kind of like a puzzle game, an adventure game, something like that. Pray for me tomorrow. Good luck, man. I think, yeah, with your exam and everything, yeah, really good luck. Okay. Hello, my dear friend. What up? Are you happy with your life right now? And then for some reason, it doesn't split this appropriately. So it definitely does I cannot. So it definitely splits it correctly here. But then for some reason, it prints the same line there. So, and also we're printing on the wrong line. And for some reason, Q is not working. So that means I can't quit out. So good news and bad news. I'm going to have to Control C out of here. So let's reset again. And let's just Control D, and then we'll try running Julia again. Okay, so that almost worked. But for some reason it was not, it didn't really, Okay, it almost worked. That's what we're leaving off at. You know, it almost worked. So then, let's see. We have mv_print_w, interior box y. Interior y is going to be j modulo box height minus 2, where j is going to be your length of text array. So this means this is going to either return 0 or it's going to return 1. It can't return 2. So it's going to return 0 or 1. And we're saying it's going to be equal to the box.y, so that's going to be its y position, plus, it should be plus 2, definitely. Okay, and now we're going to do box.x. Okay, so next, let's see what we do. So here we're going to say we do find last space. And then we're going to say element number is equal to last space. And what I failed to do here was set last value is equal to element number. I think that's what I failed to do. So this, I think, should at the very least run, and it should look correct, but I think our input's still going to be failing. And I need to think about why that's the case. So let's see, spectrum. Okay, so now we're going to do spectrum.main. Okay. Hello, my dear friend, what up? Are you happy with your life right now? We're missing the word cannot exactly. And it says, I not imagine that would be the case. I'm just looking at you. Okay, so again, we can't quit out. So let's control C. I think what's happening is we are updating the terminal so much, we're not reading user input anymore. So we need to fix that and make it so we can now read user input. Because, yeah, that's one issue we need to fix. The other issue is that clearly the text is not writing the right line at the right position. So the text was flipped. And for some reason, we're missing the word cannot. So we dropped a word entirely, which is probably not what we wanted to do. So let's see. So this should be, last val should be equal to, I think we actually wanted to be equal to last space. And so this should make it so it reads correctly. So let's control D off of here. And the other thing too is we need to make sure its J value is correct. So what do we have here? So let's go up to right. Let's go over here, reset. Reset. And then we're going to do Julia _ project using revise spectrum. Okay, so now the next thing I need to do, let me think. We need to make it so the interior Y is going to be J modulo box height minus 2. So this is going to be, are we on line 1 or line 2 or line 3? You know, whatever, of the text box, right? So we're trying to figure out what line we're on. So the J modulo box height minus 2. Does that make sense? So J is going to be length of text array. So box height is going to be 4. So 4 minus 2 is going to give you 2. So yeah, this is then going to return either 1 or 2, or 0 or 1. So I think what we actually want this to do is to return this plus 1, because we're off by 1, plus 1. So this will return either 1 or 2. And then down here, we can change that to a 1. So it returns either 1 or 2, which is going to be our interior Y. And then we're printing string of text array of J. J is the length of text array. So what does that mean? This parse dialog is quickly turning into a quite monstrous function. It's a pain. Like, it's definitely a pain, but we're getting there. We're almost there. So mv_print_w is going to be box.x. So we're printing out string of array of J, I. Okay. So that means that J interior Y. Yep. So J would then be what's the difference between J and interior Y? So in this case, J is going to be like 1, 2, 3 or something like that. So if J is equal to 1, J modulo 2 is going to be equal to 1, plus 1 is going to be equal to 2. So that's wrong. Okay. So then, if j is equal to 2, so it's the second element in the array, then j modulo box height minus 2 is going to give you 0, and then plus 1 is going to give you 1. So that's why it's flipping, because our interior elements for this box are different than what array count we're on. And I want to wrap it around. So I guess it's going to be j minus 1. Because what we're looking for is j minus 1. Okay, so this is going to be 0 modulo 2, and then plus 1 at the end. I think that's what we're looking for interior y. Let's go over here and let's just do spectrum.main. And then hopefully this looks okay. And then no method matching negative. What? No method matching negative int64 union of what? So this is obviously, this is on line 87. This is down here. Else if element number minus last val. No method matching minus for int64. My bad. Yep. Okay. Control D. Reset. Try it again. One more time. I think this will look correct, and then it's a matter of making it so we can actually input characters as well. So that's the next step after that. Let me get some water. But yeah, slowly we're getting there. Like we almost have a text box ready. This is it's pretty good. I'm a fan. Spectrum.main. Hello, my dear friend. What up? Are you happy with your life right now? I cannot imagine that would be the case just looking at you. Bam. Text box. Done. Almost. We have one more thing to do. So what we need to do is we need to make it so we don't have this space offset here. So right now we have a 1 space offset, and we need to worry about that. Do you already have a story? Yeah, I've got a pretty good story basically built up. I can talk about it in a bit if you guys want. It's kind of up to you guys how you want to talk about it. But yeah, the story I think is actually pretty good. Like the point is actually to make like a compelling, a compelling game here. And I think we can do that actually. Oh no. Dang, it's waiting for a JL Getch again. How are you manipulating the terminal character buffer? We're actually just, so we're using end curses, and this allows us to like directly write to screen. So it's just MV print line, and then we just basically every single step. So every like 1/100th of a second or 1/60th of a second or whatever your FPS is, you just basically clear the whole terminal and you write it again. It's really like brute force right now. We have stuff to fix that in a bit, but we're not there yet. So I just realized that for some reason we're being stuck on a JL Getch now. I think I know why. And we'll work on that in a second. But let's go ahead and make it so that the space there is gone. So what we're saying is the last space is going to be here. So we're going to push text to where that last space is. And then the last val is going to be where the last space is, +1. And this is also going to be +1. So this means, we're skipping that space. If we queue here, we're out. Spectrum.main. And now it should recompile and we should see that space gone. So yeah, now it looks like a good text box. We can move around. I don't know what was happening last time, but for some reason, if I highlight this, no, okay, I don't know what's going on. But for some reason last time, the JL Getch was a blocking operation, and here it's not. Okay, so queue there. One more thing I have to do. I have to make sure that this works for a text dialogue that is too long. So let's see. So I've got two things I want to check here. So I'm going to change that to a capital H. And before this, I'm going to write something. Yo, 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 enter. We cool dog? Question mark. Hello, my dear friend. What up? Okay, so now if we run that. Yo, 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 we cool dog. I was expecting it to be able to read enters, but I don't think it is able to read enters. So that's one thing. The other thing is it's not appropriately clearing the terminal. So, okay, so we still have a lot left to do. We're getting there. Okay, so let's see. We have write. Where are we? There's create dialog, redraw, write dialog. So here we have... so interior Y is now waiting for JL Getch. So if we go over here and we move... No, that didn't work. That did not work. Yeah, it's street language. I'm sorry. Yo, 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 we cool dog. Hello, my dear friend. What up? Okay, so did I misspell yo, or is that an issue with the text? It looks like that's an issue with the text because now it says u dot o space yo, and then we cool dog. Okay. So what happens if I just put a this in there? I don't know if that did anything. So let's just do we cool dog, put another new line in here. And then we'll just copy this here. DDDD. Write this, go over here, quit, try it again. Yo, 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 we cool dog. Hello, my dear friend. Yeah, that didn't work at all. Okay. So how do I go about skipping new lines? That's one thing I want to do. And the other thing is clearly we're not writing correctly. So I guess which one do we want to tackle first? I guess first we tackle the fact that it's not writing correctly. So let's go back to run test, and I'm going to make it so we remove the new lines for now. There. Yeah, we cool dog. Are you happy with your life? Whatever. Something like that. Q spectrum.main. I have to add more. I am now adding more characters to the buffer to make sure erasing old content correctly. Right. No, we're not erasing old content correctly, actually, at all. So let's write this. Go over here, Q, do this. More characters to the buffer to make sure we're erasing old content correctly. Gotcha. Okay. Okay, so what we need to do is we need to make it so this writes correctly, right? And then we'll try to make it like element by element and stuff like this. So I guess my goal was yesterday to finish the text box by the end of the day, but honestly, like, the text box is probably one of the more confusing bits to at least starting this project. So I'm okay with this taking a while. It's already 4:30. I've been streaming for what, 3 hours now? Yeah, about 3 hours now, and I am very far from getting the text box done. So we've got a lot of stuff to do. Oh, Poisson Fish. That's a pretty good name. I like the name. Okay. So what do we do here? Push text array. So we have parse dialog. Apparently parse dialog isn't working correctly because otherwise this correctly would be on the next line. So that's one thing we need to fix. So I guess maybe we fix that first. Yeah, maybe I'm now adding more content to the buffer to make sure we are erasing old content correctly. Again, correctly should be on the next line. So clearly we're not adding more content correctly. Okay, so that's one thing. But also we're not clearing. So I guess I should make a... clear dialog function. So in here we're going to create a function, clear dialog. Okay. And we're going to just read in box, which is of type dialog box. Box. Does Julia compile these down the same? X equals Y equals Z naught plus 1 versus X is equal to Z naught plus 1. Y is equal to Z naught plus 1. I don't know, actually, honestly. Janssen, see you around. Have a wonderful evening. Thanks for coming in. I don't know, honestly. I would imagine so, but I'm not sure. Also, it's Z1. It is 1-based indexing, which drives me nuts, but whatever. Okay. So what we're going to say here is... let's okay, first of all, clear dialog doesn't make that much sense because the way that we're writing stuff to the dialog box is not in the dialog box, it's contents. Don't talk bad about 1-based indexing. I actually don't like it. I think 0-based indexing is way more like logical. It just makes more sense. You always have a 0 before a 1. You know, you don't have like you never start on like the 1 state. You always start on the ground. You always start on the ground state, which is state 0. Like it's weird that everything starts counting at 1. And it just makes it so like a lot of times we have to do like all of our calculations are like off by 1, you know? So like when you're doing indexing, it's really annoying to index. So if you're doing 2-dimensional indexing, but you need to squash that down to 1 dimension, then it's then you have to do all these weird 1-base indexing and stuff. That's a yikes for me. Yeah, I agree. But state 0 is the empty set. That's very rarely the case. Like in physics, the ground state always has something, you know. So it's uncommon for state 0 to have nothing. From my experience, you know. Okay. So let's modify how we're writing this to screen. So here we have mv print w, but actually what I want to do is I want to make it so let's see. If it has something, then it's state 1, in my opinion. If it has something, then it's state 1. Yeah, maybe in your field, that's just not the case from what I've seen. It's just not the case in my field, you know. Also, we do have to keep doing these stupid off by 1 calculations whenever we have to convert from 2D to 1D or 3D to 1D. It really gets annoying. So it's just a lot easier if it's all 0 based, you know, in my opinion. Okay, so we have mv print w, and I think all I want to do is make it so instead of mv print w, I think I want to make it so we can write inside of the text box itself. So we're going to say box.contents of, and how are we going to do this? So it's interior y plus box y plus 1. So I think this is just going to be, box contents is going to be a very long string, essentially. No, it's an array of strings. Yeah, it's an array of strings. So we're going to look at box contents, mv print w, interior y. So let's see, what are we doing here? We have interior y, and we're going to say mv print w, interior y, box here. So we're going to say box contents of, so this is an array of strings. So we need to first find the first element and then the second element, and this is going to be equal to text array of ji. So I think actually we could just do text array of ji here. And here is just going to be j plus 1. J plus 1. And then here it's going to be I plus 1. I think this will do the same thing. So if we comment this out, we should have the same, the text should look the same. Type dialog box, it has no field contents. Oh, content. Control D, reset. Let's try that again. Julia double dash project, revise spectrum, and let's try it one more time. Method definition clear dialog in module overwritten. Okay, that should be fine. No method matching set index string character int. What? String character int 64. No method matching set index of string character. So it's obviously in this line here, box content of j plus 1 I. Control D, reset. Reset. Let's try it one more time. So we're going to run Julia double dash project. Let's just create an array of strings again. So B is going to be equal to this. Then we're going to do A is going to be equal to this. And we're going to do push of BA. Do that a couple times. Is there any particular reason you decided to do the parsing character by character rather than splitting the first word on boundaries? Yeah, so I decided to do it character by character because if you're going to print it, if you want to print it every frame or whatever, you usually want to print character by character every frame. That's just usually how the text boxes work. Now before I did word by word instead of character by character, but I think it just looks maybe a bit nicer to do, character by character instead of word by word. So, and also if you just split across words, you would then have to do more computation in the end, because if you split word by word, so let's say you split all the words, you can't tell whether an individual character, so you'd have to first split along new lines, then you would have to split along tabs, then you would have to split along, so you can't look for special characters is the thing. So it gets a bit more annoying. So the algorithm splits into lines. I would still have the actual printing character by character. Yeah, I think I know what you mean now. You're talking about down here when we're doing this search through all the characters. And the reason was just because if we have to split along all spaces, and then we have to split along all new lines, and then we have to split along all tabs, we end up with this three-dimensional array, which is really annoying to deal with. So I figured let's just go through one by one, because that'll be the least amount of computation anyway, and it's fine. I mean, sure, we have this find previous function in there, which is kind of a bit annoying, but that's really the only annoying bit. The rest of it's relatively straightforward. So, okay. So we're going to do this, and my issue is the following. So we're going to say a of 2 is going to be equal to, I don't know, 444. I don't know. Doesn't matter. So then we're going to say a of 2 is going to be character, and now we're going to say that's going to equal to 2. No method set index string int64. What if this is a character? No. Okay, so we're not allowed to do that. I didn't realize we weren't allowed to do that. So how do we modify? How do we modify string content? I don't know. Modifying string content, Julia. Let's see. For Pete's sake. I'm in Japanese mode. Okay, let's see what we have here. Strings. If I want to modify an individual element of the string, how do I do that? Character, yeah, obviously. String of n divided by 2. String of 6 to 6, that's fine. But why can't I just set it as a new character? Let's see. How to change the character to a specific... Yeah, this is probably what I want. Come on. And then we'll go from... Yeah, we'll figure this out. Okay, give it a second. It's loading. Still loading. I don't know what's taking it so long, but that's okay, you know? We'll just wait, I guess. Or maybe I open up learning the hard way. How do I change restrict indexing string special by nope. What's the correct way to find and replace content of a nope, not a file. How do I edit how to change characters, changing characters in a string. Okay, let's see what we have. Or a set of characters. Let's see. Regex, nope. Unchanged, nope. Nope. Oh, it's only mentioned twice. Okay, that's not what I need. How do I mean, I know we can do lowercase there. Okay, here we are. S equals... How to change a second character to B. You can use an array of characters instead of a string. This allows you to modify individual characters as necessary. Alternatively, an array of uint8. The only way is to use an array of characters. When you need the result, you can use join to get a string. Okay, so then we have to change all of our strings into arrays of characters. That sucks. You would think that we can directly modify... Can we convert? So let's see, we can collect. Huh. That's really weird. So that means what we want to do is it's going to be equal to text array of j of 1 to j concatenated with... No. What is this going to be? So box content is going to be equal to... this is going to be I. Okay, we can concatenate with a character, right? So, let's see. A concatenated with A. Does that work? Yes. Okay, that works. So we have to do this. Best I can figure. Of j plus 1 and then it's going to be j plus 1 and I plus 1. So it's going to be I plus 1 to end. Oh, come on, man. Okay, so it's going to be I plus 1 to end, but I actually think we need to skip a character. So let's see, box.content of j plus 1 to I modulo this, and then j plus 2 to end is what I'm going to guess. Okay, let's do using revise spec term. No, and what I want to do is, oh gosh, this is a pain. That. I don't know why I just using again. That was probably not what I needed to do. Okay, so now we're going to do spectrum.main, and this is going to give us string index error, get index, write dialog, line 57. Yep, of course it's that line. String index error, 3. Strings, let's see. I don't know what the issue is. String index error stack trace is going to equal to get index write dialog 57. I don't know what the issue is. So let's see, box.content of j plus 1 of I. Oh, this needs to be a range. Of 1 to I, and then 2 to end. Let's go here. Try this again. So Control D, reset. Julia double dash project, using revise spectrum, and then we have to do it one more time. It's just a really annoying like recompilation process because every time you've got to reset your terminal, you know? I don't know if this is going to be consistent throughout, like, okay. Dang. String index error, text array of ji. I'm just confused. What is the issue? So string index error. Is this because there's a new line in the string? Or yeah, I have no idea. All I wanted to do was modify a string. Can I take an array? Can I convert a string into an array of characters? Is that something I can do? Let's see, j plus 1, 1 to I. So this would just be a range. Oh, I see what's happening. String error, and then, okay, that's not a new line. This is actually the entire string. Okay, I gotcha. So it says there's a string index error there. Okay, great. So that's the string. I gotcha. I understand the error now. Okay. So let's try this again. So Julia double dash project. Let's just see if this is actually possible because maybe it's not. So A is going to be equal to 1 to 7. And then we're going to say A is going to be equal to A of 1 to 3. And then 2. Character 2 here. And then A of 5 to end. Yep, that seemed to work. So it's 1, 2, 3, and then 4 is now a 2, and then it goes 5 to end. Okay, that seems fine. So we're going from 1 to I, and I wanted to do I plus 1. 1 to I guess it's 1 to I plus 1, and then 1, and it's going to be text array there. And then I plus 2 at the end. I think that's what I'm looking for. Okay, so what would the error be then? So it looks like we're doing this correctly. It's box content of j of 1 to I plus 1. And then we're doing text array of ji, where text array is just going to be, you know, whatever the array is there. That should be fine. I should be a character. And it's telling us that we have some sort of error. Okay, so let's go over here. Let's do using revise spectrum one more time. And then we'll hopefully, you know, get somewhere with it. I wager I plus 2 sometimes greater than length of box content j plus 1. Yeah, that could be the case. Let me think about that. So we need to read from is sometimes longer than the length of box of content of j plus 1. I'd wager I plus 2. Oh, wait a minute. No, I don't actually, no, I don't understand what you're saying. So length of box content. Yeah, I don't understand what you're saying. Sorry. J is along the y-axis. I is along the x-axis. These are two independent dimensions, so I don't understand. Sorry. So I'd wager I plus 1 is sometimes greater. I mean that you're trying to index outside of the array. Right, yeah. But I don't see how that would be the case. Yeah, I mean, unless I plus 2 is greater than end. Okay, that could be true. So then... Yeah, okay, I see. We're trying to index outside of the string. Yep, I see what you're trying to say. That's well within the string. Yeah, that's what I thought as well. So we're going from 1 to I plus 1, and I only goes from the length of the text array. And the text array can only be, at most, 80 columns. So, right. So, I'm sorry. The text array can only be, at most, 76 columns. So, the text array being 76 plus 2 shouldn't be an issue. Except for the fact that we realize that we're parsing incorrectly at some point. So, maybe... quit here, vi run, and then run tests.jl. And let's see, what do we have here? So let me modify this text a bit. Just because we know that, you know, so this should work fine. Specterm.main. Does this work? It's doing something. Okay, error string. It says the problem is at 2. String index error at 2. Okay. So let's go dialog.py and let's see. So string index error. It's obviously at line 57. No doubt it's at line 57. So we're saying box.content is equal to box content of j plus 1. So we're just rewriting the string. String index error, and we have the string available, and we're saying j from 1 to I plus 1, and I is going from 1 to length of text array, so there's no way that's indexing incorrectly. Then it's going to be I plus 2. Why can't we just directly index strings? Like, why can't we do that? You know? Like, you can do that in Python. I would expect you'd be able to do that in Julia as well, you know, to convert from a string to an array of characters. Pretty straightforwardly, but apparently that's not the case. Okay. So then we have box.content j plus 1 of 1 to I plus 1. And text array, let me just do something really dumb here. I'm just going to change the content to be reason Unicode characters are not always set with. Are they not? Really? Are you sure about that? I can't imagine that being the case, which makes indexing strings directly wildly inefficient. I'm just going to change this so it's just text string here, and then we're going to add the other stuff and see what's failing. So $, right, go over here, Control D. Now we have to redo everything because of course we do. Julia _ project, revise Specterm. Okay. What is being overwritten, by the way? Clear dialog. Oh. Okay, fine, fair enough. I already had the idea of clear dialog before. So let's do specterm.main. Okay, come on. Hopefully something. Hey, Lucky Box, how are you? Can I convert object of type char to object of type string? Are you kidding me? Come on. Oh my gosh, Control D, reset. Julia double dash project. Let's see. It looks like string indexing is done by n bytes, not n characters. Yeah. I mean, even so, like my point still stands. Like this is how most people would want to interact with this. So let's change this to a here. Using revise. And then we'll try running it after that. Let's see what happens. Spectrum.main. Okay, we now have an A question mark, which, yeah, probably correct. Probably went through all the characters in the line and left it with a question mark. And that particular line is just completely replaced with the A question mark. Great. Okay, so now let's go here and let's add in this first bit here. So it's going to be box.content. Let's just do box.content of j plus 1. And what I'm going to do is I'm just going to do j plus 1, and then I'm just going to concatenate text array of ji on top of that. Let's run that. And this should work. It should just have like, yep, okay, so there's the entire text. Great. Exactly what I was expecting. So let's quit there. Okay, so now what I want to do is do j plus 1, and then I want to do of 1 to I plus 1. I mean, maybe I have to put these in parentheses. Let's go over here, Spectrum main again. Now I get the string error. Okay, good. We're getting somewhere. So let's go here, Control C, Control D, reset, and let's try this again. Julia double dash project using revised spectrum. So now I'm just going to do 1, 2, 1. See if that works. You don't even have syntax highlighting? I feel like you've been here before. And you have definitely noticed that before. Like everyone complains about that. So Spectrum main. Let me try 2, 2, 4. Reset. Oh, maybe not. Sorry about that. I thought I recognized your name. Using revise. But no, I mean, yeah, I just don't really like syntax highlighting. It makes it harder for me to read the code, so I just don't use it. Curious Drive, how are you? So let's do Spectrum main. String index error. I don't understand. So let's go over here, Control D, reset again, and now we're going to do Julia double dash project. Let me just create a new string. That's literally just going to be A is going to be equal to, and then we have to use those Unicode characters. Black and white is a Chad way to program. What? You call me a Chad? Like, honestly, like, I feel like I'm very far from being a Chad, you know? Although I don't really know what Chad is, so maybe. Let's go ahead and right quit here. VI objects, objects.jl. And I'm just going to grab this Unicode character. I have a feeling it's the Unicode character that's hurting us. So let's grab this, and then just a bunch of spaces, and the new Unicode character there. Good. Okay, so what we want to do is we have this. So now I'm going to say A of 1 to 1. That works. 1 to 2. Interesting. That does not work. So let's say A is going to be equal to A. And now we're going to do A of 1 to 2. That works. A equals that. So now let's try. It has to do with the indexing, right? Like, it has to be with the way Vim plus black and white is the way to go. Yeah, we're not even using Vim, you know? What programming language is Julia? Maybe try substring instead of raw indexing. Oh, I didn't know substring existed. So let's do substring of... let's just... So it says substring of string int ij. So can I just do A, and then we do 1, 2? Yeah, of course that doesn't work. So let's define A as this guy, but we're actually going to define that as B. And then let's go in here, let's say B of 1, 2. That one works. Cool. You should use a character array since you're accessing strings by index. Sure. Okay. We could rewrite everything so it's a set of character arrays, right? That's fine. But otherwise you might only grab the first 2 or 3 bytes of 4-byte Unicode characters. Right. My argument is that this we should be able to access individual elements of a string and modify them as if they were an array already. It should already act as an array of characters, is what I'm saying. Like, that's all I'm arguing. The fact that this doesn't work means that, like, there's going to be a lot of people that run into an issue like this. And the fact that it does work, it just doesn't work if you have Unicode characters, is even more baffling, you know? Like, so we just showed that, so here we have A, which is going to equal to this thing that's full of Unicode characters. And then we have B, which is equal to that. And we found that it is easy to create a substring for B, which is just AAAA. But whenever you have Unicode characters, it doesn't work. So it's just, I don't know, it's just kind of, I don't know. I would argue that most people would probably want to interact with strings like the way I'm interacting with strings. I think that's common. I know char and she start. Oh my gosh. I know char in C# is actually a UTF-16 character, so it'll work there. Yeah, but you should be able to like recognize that this is a UTF. Okay, fine. We'll just change everything to an array of characters. That's fine. I guess that's fine. So that means our struct shape. Okay, I see. So let's go into dialog here, and we just have to change this to union any again. But in this case, it's going to be, it's really messy. I guess in that case, we need to do a 2D array. So why isn't this just an array? We have to write everything over again now. Chars are fine. That's causing the problem is indexing into strings, which are different than arrays of characters in Julia. Right. So now this is always going to be an array. It's just either going to be an array of char. Should always be the case. And let's go here. Let's go into objects and also modify this so it's an array of characters. Of char. It's not so bad. I think we can get this done pretty quickly. So now we're going to do object.content of I. So let's see, type of, let's see, so we have render object, and this is going to say, all we need to do is move print W. So before we did object.content, but I guess what we need to do now is we actually need to iterate through all of the elements in our set of characters and then move print W for those guys. You don't have to change everything, just collect when you need the arrays. Will that work? Collect A. Okay, fine, fair enough. Yeah, we can change this back then. So we'll do union of any and then vector of any here. Should be fine. Now let's go here to dialog. And then we're going to do the same thing here. Any union of any and then vector of any. Yeah, I hate collect. I really just don't like it. That's fine. What are arrays of characters? Maybe arrays of bytes. Yeah, so in that case, then we can go down here. And, right, so if we just use collect, that's fine. Man. Okay, so write dialog. What are we trying to do? I think it's this line here. So we're going to say, how do we turn it back into a string? So if I do collect A of 1. Yep, okay. Equals A. Can I convert type of string to an object of type character? Yep, okay, fine, fair enough. A. Okay. And then we say A. Okay, so how do I turn it back into a string? So what is collect A? So collect A will turn it into a set of characters. Check if they get a, okay. Chars are just fine. What's causing problems indexing into strings. Join of A. Thanks. Okay. So we're going to do character array going to be equal to come on, collect of box dot content of j plus 1. Okay. And now we're going to say we want to modify the character array. Let's see. We will modify the character array of, and what are we looking for here? We want to modify the character array of, is it I plus 1? Yeah, I think it's I plus 1. to be equal to text array of ji. Okay, so now we should be able to delete these lines here, and hopefully that'll work. Control D, Julia double dash project, using, and then we'll take a look at this afterwards. And then we have to join it afterwards, which I forgot to do. So then we have to say that box.content of j+1 is equal to join of character array. Go over here and we'll use specterm substring. Okay, let's try it again. Specterm of main. Okay, undefined value variable error character array, misspelled character array, that's fine. Okay, go over here, Control D, reset, try it again. Julia double dash project, using revise, and then specterm. Oh man, my back is killing me. So now we're gonna do specterm.main, and hopefully this is gonna be what we want. You know, it's just taking some time. So specterm.main. Yo, we cool dog, what up? Are you happy with your life right now? Good. Yes, we're getting somewhere. I mean, I'm not happy with my life, but I'm happy we're getting somewhere. So let's go here and let's go to VI, run, and then run tests, and let's modify the string. So it's now the other string here, which has multiple lines to it. Write this, go over here, quit, try it again. And it's doing some compilation. Bounds error, attempt to access 0, 80 element array at char1. Good. Okay, that's an error that I think we can work on. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to yank and paste this, and I'm just going to set 2 lines. So let's see, I'm going to comment this out, and let's go to I am, and I'm just going to do dt here. Okay, so this should be precisely 2 lines. Well, not precisely, but it is 2 lines. And this should be fine. Okay, let's try it again. So one less Julia, using revised spectrum. And then, let's see, give it a second. Right. And again, if you guys have any questions, let me know. I'm trying to answer everything as I see them. Right, so this works just fine. Yo, we cool dog, what up? Are you happy with your life right now? I cannot imagine that would be the case, just looking at you. Great. I am now adding more characters. Okay, so this should move it down to the next line. So let's try that again. And okay, I'm now adding more characters. I misspelled adding, but now I see the problem. Okay, so the issue here is that let's do dialogue here. So we have one problem, one bug. We're slowly but surely getting there. That's okay. So in write dialogue, it shouldn't be writing 3 lines. It should only be writing 2 lines. So the fact that we're writing 3 lines is an issue. So we have to solve that. So that's the first thing we need to do. So what do we have here? So I to length of text array, for I is length of text array j. We're going to say interior y, which is going to be the y element. So it's either 1 or 2. It's going to be j minus 1. So modulo box height minus 2. So if box height is 4, then we can only draw on the 2 interior y elements, right? So we're asking which of these y elements are we on? Are we on 1 or are we on 2? And now because it's modulo 2, it's going to return 0 or 1, so that's why we offset it by 1 there. So the interior y should only be 1 or 2. Now, what are we doing after that? We're saying that character array of, so then we're saying box.content of j+1, but it shouldn't be j+1. This should actually be, so it should be collect box.content of j+1. And this should actually be interior y plus 1. And this should also be interior y plus 1. Y. So let's go ahead and quit over here. Try it again. Yep, so now it's only 2 lines. Now we do have to clear the box. So let's go ahead and make it so we can clear the box. So we're going to say interior y here. And then we should have an if statement. If interior y is equal to 0, we have a JL getch in there, but let's ignore that for now. And let's just say clear dialog. And we're going to read in box. Okay, so how do we define this clear dialog? So that means we're actually just going to go through and we're just going to change all the interior elements to spaces again. So we're just going to say I suppose, for I equals 1 to box dot width minus 2. We could do -4, but we'll do -2. Jacob CH, thank you so much for following. Really appreciate it. And here, then we're gonna say character array is gonna be equal to collect of box.content of, and we should just do box.content of, I suppose we're going to do the same thing, interior y +1. Okay. So then we're going to do, let's see. So now we have the character array, and then all we want to do is just set all those elements to spaces. So we're going to say character array of I +1 is going to be equal to space. Okay. And I think I need to change this to these quotes, so it's a character, not a string. Okay. Now the next thing we need to do is then box.content of interior y, let's see, +1 is going to be equal to join of character array. Okay, so now I have to do another loop up here. Sorry about all the loops. For j is equal to 1 to box.height -2, and end it down here. Add some spaces, and we're going to say interior y. We don't even need interior y here. We could just do j +1. So I guess it's j +2. No, j +1 should be fine. What do we have here? For the algorithm archive, I closed the PR, I opened it and opened a new one. I should have just edited the old one, my bad. The new one fixes everything on the issue 711, including the search input. My username is linguistics on GitHub, FYI, and yes, you can use my name on the contributors.md file. Do I make a PR for that, or just edit it manually? Yeah, you can just edit it manually and push that to your current PR, and then that'll work. Thanks a lot for that, by the way, really appreciate it. It's definitely helpful. There, so let's see, box j +1. I think here is also going to be j +1. Yep, that should work. Shouldn't the collect and join be outside the inner loop? You don't need a new array for each character. You're right. Thanks for that. DDP. And I guess we want to do DDP down here. Yep, appreciate that. So let's see, box.content of y +1. Yeah, this should work. Okay, so let's go here, Q, try that again. That didn't work. Because clear dialogue was not used before that. Oh well, first Julia stream I see here on Twitch. Nice to see someone using the language. Yeah, thanks so much, Moritz. Appreciate that. Yeah, so I've been using Julia for the past, 4 years now? Maybe 3 years. 3 years definitely. So we're trying to push the language a bit with this particular project because I don't think anyone has done a terminal game in Julia before. So this is actually like testing a bunch of things that, we wouldn't normally test. And I also want to add like audio and stuff like that. So I also want to test the audio libraries, and there's a bunch of other stuff in there that I want to test as well. So for some reason, this didn't recompile. So let's do Control D, Julia _ project, using revise and spec term again. And I think this should work fine. I don't know why it's not. So give it a second. Spectrum.main. It's not using if interior. Okay, right, because it should be if interior y is equal to 1. Quit. Try it again. Now it should recompile. And now I think we're gonna get that JLGetch error that we had before. Oh no, that's fine. Yep, this is the JLGetch error we got before. Okay, so let's quit. Now I can't do that. So Control C. And let's remove this line entirely, and then we'll worry about that next. So we're gonna do reset, and let's go. Julia _ project. I don't think there's anything that's not on the internet. Oh, I'm sure. Let's see. Let's see. Julia 2048. Oh, right. This is probably a terminal game, I imagine. Yeah. Um, yeah, I'm sure it is. Okay, so let's go here and let's do using revised Spectrum. Give it a second. And then we'll read it from there. Okay, so it's 5 o'clock my time, by the way. So I've been streaming for like 3.5 hours now. Okay, so I don't know why, but there's just a period here. I don't know what's going on there. There's just a period. Uptime. So if interior Y, yeah, I don't have an uptime command exactly, but I think it actually shows under Twitch now what your uptime is. Yeah, it's 3 hours 38 seconds. It's right here. So I don't know. It's I think that's pretty cool. Okay. So what do we have here? Character array, collect, box, interior content. So there's probably something wrong with my clear dialogue in that it's being called too many times. So it says if interior Y. Well, that's something new. Rarely use Twitch. Ah, okay, yeah, cool. What do you normally use? YouTube Live? Do you use YouTube Live? I actually don't know very many people that use YouTube Live. I considered switching to it a while ago, but I just thought that there wasn't really much of a live stream presence, so I kind of didn't. I don't really know if it's a good idea or not. Okay. So is the clear dialogue failing to work correctly is the question. That might be the case. So key is going to be equal to JLGetch. Apparently, if you really wanted to use strings, there's a next index function that finds the index of the next character. I haven't really watched live streams, but lately I've gotten into it. Yeah, cool. I'm a big fan of Twitch, honestly. I tend to linger a lot more on Twitch than I do on YouTube. Like, don't get me wrong, YouTube is fine, but like it's different what you want to watch on YouTube and what you want to watch on Twitch, right? Like usually on Twitch you're into live streaming mode. You just want to like hang out, chat, chill, this type of thing. On YouTube, I don't know, I can't find content that's super engaging for me usually. So I end up just kind of like going there and just feeling bad about my life, you know? So I don't tend to watch videos much on YouTube anymore. Octal, yeah, YouTube chat live is also not that great. YouTube live chat is also not that great. You can't do this with it. Like you can't turn it into an IRSSI thing. So, okay. So clear dialogue seems to be working maybe too well. So let's see. It does seem to adequately clear the terminal. That's fine. I don't know why we have a period. So let me see, what do we have here? I'm not sure what's happening, but if you have a platform on YouTube, it's the best. I think Twitch is the best platform for live streaming, but if you have a platform on YouTube, yeah, maybe. By the way, I thought about building a telescope with one of these photo multipliers that can detect single photons and then scanning the sky. Do you think this might work? I feel like, I'm not sure, but I feel like that's going to be a lot of light that's going to be read into your, I don't know. I have no idea. I honestly don't. I'm sorry about that. I just feel like it's going to be a lot of light and you're going to be very oversaturated and you might not be able to see anything. But I have no actual idea because I don't know this area very well. Okay. Hey, Anakim Luke, how are you? Let's see. So we have key is going to be JLGetch. So clear dialogue. Can we move around at least? Yes, we can. So then, if we can move around, why do we just have a period there? Is it clearing the dialogue and then... Oh, I see. This only reads out a 1 and 2. No, that doesn't make any sense. So if it's a 1... I'm not sure what's happening here. You might need some attenuation. Let's see. I saw your terminal game repo, but was empty. Upside down smile. Yeah. So it's all in the development branch. So I'm not pushing it to the main branch yet. I don't tend to push anything to master until like significantly after it's into its development, just because I don't like my master branch to be all dirty. So I like to squash and do a bunch of things, and I don't want that to be on the master branch. So it's all in the development branch. I don't know. I didn't push today yet. So let's go here to GitHub, and then we go to Spectrum. And I don't know if I don't think I pushed today. Maybe I didn't push yesterday either. But yeah, so it's, yeah, I pushed yesterday, just before the end of stream, it looks like. So, but I didn't push today yet. There are a lot of changes today. So this is what I did yesterday. It was just basically adding the stuff for the dialog box and stuff like that. I know a lot of people like having like all this stuff on master. I'm just not one of those guys. Any tips for story creation? Um, so the truth is, okay. So when it comes to writing stories, I've actually been writing like novels and stuff since I was like 10. Like I actually genuinely love writing. And you know, I even started writing a book on GitHub, although I didn't really go anywhere because didn't finish it. There's a lot of work left to be done. Um, and so if I go to, wait, what is this? Oh, no, that. So if I go to here and then I go to Grim, I actually did start writing a book the other day. And I'm a big fan of writing and creative writing and all that kind of stuff. Um, I feel like when it comes to writing tips and like creativity tips, the only tip I have is just to practice, you know? Like it's the same thing with art or programming or any other creative endeavor. Like you're not going to be good at writing a good cohesive story unless you've practiced writing a good cohesive story, right? Like you know, as you start writing more, you'll start to feel it. You'll be like, ah, that word is clunky, or I could have described that better, or I could have thought of this better, or maybe this would have, you know, been better if this guy was over here. But that only works with practice. Like, I feel like a lot of people, specifically with writing, tend to feel that you're either good at dialogue or you're not good at dialogue. You're either good at writing or you're not good at writing. And sometimes with art, that's the way as well. People are like, ah, you're really good at art. I really wish I was that good at art too. But it's one of those things you just have to practice with. The more you practice, the better you get. And that's all I have to say. I'm sorry. Maybe an inner outer loop thing again. It looks like you're clearing from the box for each character on line 1. So character array is collect. Yeah, I think you're right. So I think we want to... I would love to write a story, but I genuinely have no idea what to write. Yeah, so actually writing prompts are super useful here as well. I kind of want to write an animation show like Rick and Morty. That'd be a fun job. It depends. In write dialogue, I mean. Yeah, I think you're saying that what you want me to do is you want to move the clear dialogue outside of this loop. But the loop is looping over the text array, not the actual array available in the so it's looping over the text array, not the like interior elements of the box. So you're saying I would wait, no, you're saying move the inner outer loop. Maybe it's the inner outer loop thing again. Looks like you're clearing the box for each character on line 1. Yeah, so we are clearing the box for each character, but then we're not writing until here. So we should be clearing, and then we should be writing on top of it the new text array content. What I'm afraid is happening is that here, let me try something really quick. Okay, so let me go over here and let's try, let's see, dialog.jl. Sorry, vi run and then run test.jl. When am I writing the text to it? So I'm writing the text. We have the text here, but when am I actually writing it? It is down here. So I feel like we're writing the dialogue too much. I'm going to actually put it up here now. So we created the dialogue, and I'm actually, write dialogue. And then we're going to do dialogue, and then text. And let's see what that does. No, that still failed. I just thought maybe. Tea or coffee? I don't know either really. Let's see. All right, I got a character array and text array mixed up. Yeah, sorry. It's annoying. I'm sorry about that. I'm not saying my writing is good. Like, I'm not saying my naming of variables is good, because it's definitely not. Let's do dialogue here. Okay, so what I was afraid of was we were writing the dialogue every step, right? And so what I thought was happening is that we were consistently overwriting. But oh well. Have you seen the game called Left on Red? It's a story game, but it has an interesting design. No, I haven't actually. George Orwell, Politics and the English Language is worth reading for any kind of writer. Yep. George Orwell is an interesting one. I really liked the stories he wrote. But maybe it was just like the style of the time. Gaming Lucas Live, thanks for following. Also, like another person that I feel the same way about was who wrote Lord of the Rings. For Pete's sake, I can't think of anything right now. George, no, not, I was gonna say George Lucas. That's definitely not right. J.R.R. Tolkien. How could I forget Tolkien? Both him and Orwell, I feel like fell to the same fate in my opinion. Because I don't know why I was gonna say George Lucas. But because I love the universes that they created. George Orwell had some particularly interesting universes. but I didn't really like the way that they wrote. I felt the way that they wrote. So George Orwell was too static. I felt like the way that he wrote was very much. It was just very. It didn't feel elegant for some reason, and I felt Tolkien's writing was the same way. It didn't feel very elegant. Tolkien felt like I was reading a textbook in some ways, and then Orwell's just felt the pacing of the phrases seemed wrong. Do you recommend any of Orwell's books? Well, let me just see what he wrote, because I'm pretty sure. I mean, 1984 is a good one. Obviously, 1984. Everyone should read 1984. It's great. But I'm actually trying to think of other things that he wrote. He wrote one like an elephant. What was it? There was like an elephant shooting an elephant. That was a short story that I wrote that I really like. I really like. I think it's just a short story, but I remember this one. This one stuck with me. This one. And then let's see, what else did he write? Did he write Fahrenheit 451, or was that someone else? That might have been someone else. Let's see. Nope. Let's go back. Books. Let's see. Animal Farm, of course. Yeah, I've actually missed a lot of his books though. So quite frankly, I mean, the ones that I've read are 1984, Animal Farm, Shooting an Elephant. But I'm sure there are a lot of other like really good works by him that I haven't read. So I am kind of judging him based on works that I've read, right? Like he might have changed the way that he wrote later. Is the one even I've read? Let's see. Oh, thanks. Yeah, we can take a look there. I was about to read that one. Has a date on its title. Yeah, 1984. You should use IDE or editor term will make me confused. I'm sorry it makes you confused. It makes me not confused. IDEs like confuse the heck out of me, so I just don't use them. Maybe better if Lord of the Rings would be a short story. I think maybe it would be. Still think the clear should be in the outer loop. Currently, each character you clear the box. Then you... Oh, am I doing it for each character? Oh, you're right. I am doing it for each character. My bad. Yeah, so I'm definitely doing this wrong. You are definitely correct. So this interior Y should be defined up here. And then we do this clear. So we do D5D. I screwed up because I had originally meant for the arrays to loop through a different way. So then we do character array. So this is done for each character. And yeah, that might be right. Yep. Okay. There we go. That's right. I'm sorry. You're totally right. I just wasn't thinking right. Thank you. I read Orwell's critique of Mein Kampf. I haven't read that one. Actually, I only have one book on hand at the moment, Edward Snowden, Permanent Record. I haven't gotten into the Edward Snowden stuff, honestly. I feel like maybe I should, but I haven't really been paying any attention. Have you read the short story The Egg? I have not. So go into run tests. So now we're going to add more text, and we're going to see where this one breaks. So this one is going to break, and I'm not exactly sure why. So let's write this, go over here, quit, try it again. Yeah, attempt to access 80 element array, character 1 at index 81. So that is because, so I think now we have to, yeah. So now we have to reset again. So for some reason the wrapping is wrong, and I'm not exactly sure why. So I'm gonna just kind of mess around with this and try to figure out where it breaks, so that we can figure out where the parse text function breaks, and then we can go from there. Well, maybe we can find it. So let's do dialog.jl. Yep, let's do parse text. Parse dialog. Yep. Okay, so for some reason this is returning some arrays that are bigger than the allowed width. That's the issue. So let's see what we have here. So what's going on is we say else if element number minus the last value is greater than the allowed width. Let's see, I'm reading Permanent Record right now. It's really good. What chapter are you on? Did the egg come out before the chicken? Haven't begun on it yet. Yeah. Anyway, so let's see. So if element number minus the last value is greater than the allowed width, what do? We say we find the last space, and then we push to the text array whatever the last value was to the last space. And then we reset the last value to be the last space plus 1, and we say the element number that we're working on is now again last space plus 1. So basically the way we're doing this, we should have this available, journal, new page before. So we have a text string, right? And it's filled with a bunch of words. So here are your words in here, right? So these are all just different words. And then you have a maximum length allowed here. So we go through all these elements, and again, we're looking for special characters like new line or tab or something like that, just to make sure we don't have to split prematurely. And then as we're going through, we eventually say, that, we have to wrap this around. So what do? We look for the last space, and then we move this word over here, and then we remove it from this array, right? And then we say our element number that we're looking through in our text string is now going to go back a few points. And it's going to do... Oh, is that not backward? Which one's backslash? I actually don't know. You're right, it should be this. Sorry about that. You can definitely unfollow if you want. Totally understand. My apologies. Okay, so I see what's happening here. What I should be doing is, or what I want to do, is something else. So we're going to say, instead of iterating through I, so for I is equal to the length of text, I don't think we actually use I at all. I think what I want to do is I want to say up here, we're going to define element number. And then we're going to say for it while element number is going to be less than length, and then text of element number. And let's just look for any other i's in here. Else if text of element number, and down here we're going to do element number as well. Okay, and then we're going to do element number plus 1, push. So the problem is we were doing our own indexing. So because we were doing our own indexing and we were using I and element number as two different sets of indices, it got all confusing. So we need to make it so we don't use I and we only use element number. And this, I think, should work. So let's go here, using revise spectrum. And yeah, let's go. So using revise spectrum. And now we're going to do spectrum main. Great. Okay, more characters to the buffer to make sure we're erasing old content correctly. Cool. Okay, so that means we can at least add text. We can move our character around. Perfect. So I'm going to commit what we have. So let's do get status, because we made a lot of progress. Get add dot get commit dash m, adding a properly parsing dialog box. Now to add timings. Git push, origin development. Yeah, so now if you guys want to look at it, you can feel free to look at the development branch of spectrum.jl, and that should work. My gosh, it must be hard to stream and have people calling you out for every little thing. Sorry, no, it's fine. I appreciate it. Backward slash unfollow. Unfollowed, unsubbed, and left the Discord. Tried add a tab and watch it break. Yeah, I'm sure it will. That's okay. In principle, it should track tabs and new lines, but it probably isn't doing that correctly. So, Man, I'm not used to these longer streams, so I need to, if I sound low energy or if I'm kind of babbling about stuff that I shouldn't be babbling about, I really do apologize for that. I'm just tired. That happens, and it's okay. Cool. So spectrum.main seems to be working okay. So now we have to think about animations. Now I realize that we are talking about a terminal game, right? So we don't need particularly strong animations, but we do need to be able to, for example, print in the dialog box letter by letter or something like that, right? So that's the next thing I want to do. I want to make it so, we print word by word by word. And then whenever we get to a particular, whenever we get to the end of the dialog box, it just says press space or something like that. And then it says, after pressing space, you can continue or something. That was what the JL-Getch was supposed to be doing. But now I have to think about how we're going to do this. So let's go to vi run and then run tests.jl. So right now the game loop, is in this while play statement down here. And basically we have a WASD for the person, and then Q to quit the game. Again, this is just a first iteration. We're going to be iterating on this. There's a lot left to be done to make this actually work okay. But we do actually have an animation. We're making this little O go from lowercase to capital, lowercase to capital case or whatever. So I think what we're going to have to do, we can do two things. One, we can try to revise our, frames per second methodology right now. We can probably do that. But I think what I'm actually going to do is I'm going to say up here at the top, we're going to have function main, and I'm just going to read an FPS, which is going to be like 60 frames a second or something like that. Well, no, let's just set FPS equal to 60. That way, you can get your 60 FPS terminal game. Everyone wants a 60 FPS game. So then we're going to have this be set to 1/60 is the sleep time. Just for now. Again, lots of work to be done. We're just slowly but surely getting there, one step at a time. Okay, so now the next thing is we want to make it so that this, the content of our... Okay, so I think what I want to do, and this is going to be really dumb, I think what I want to do is I want to make it so if we press an additional key, it sets a flag, and that this flag will allow for text to continue being processed. Otherwise, it just stops. That's going to be a bit annoying to make. So we need to think about how we're going to do that. So let's go into, let's do VI, objects dialog. Once this is done, we should have text that works. We should have a guy that's moving around, and we can just screw around and do some ASCII art for the rest of the day. But this dialog box is actually, it's a really hard first step. Like, honestly, it's not easy. And then we have the question of what we're going to do next. So let's get the dialogue done, and then we'll go from there. Simulate H. What is the HF? I actually don't know what that emote is. Let's go here. Let's see. What is that emote? Oh, it's fair enough. Okay. If you want to separate rendering from game logic, you should do it as early as possible. I don't know what you mean. I really don't know what you mean, because I think we already have done that, and so now I'm confused as to what you mean. So if you want to separate rendering from game logic, like the only place the rendering the game logic are right now are in the main loop, which we need to move out, but it's not so bad, I don't think. So for a smooth game loop, the sleep time should probably be the difference between 1/60 a second and the time it needed since the start of the loop. So that is nearly exactly 1/60th for each loop. For a smooth game loop, the sleep time should probably be the difference between 1/60th of a second. Right, so that's what I was going to do. But honestly, I don't think anyone's going to notice. The computation time is presumably going to be minimal, right? So that's the idea. I mean that you could still keep rendering animations even if the game logic is paused. Right, that's what I want to do. Like, that's what we need to do right now. That's what we're trying to figure out how to do. Oh, sorry, I just dropped something. Okay, so let's go down to the write dialog function, and let's think about this really quick. So right now we're saying if interior y is equal to 1, we want to stop drawing right now entirely. And we just want to say don't draw anything until we get a space. Like, that's what we want to say. So we're going to clear the, we're not going to clear the dialog. We're going to do some sort of JLGetch up here and say, so we're only going to say, I mean, I guess we could just continue. But yeah, I mean, so let's try to figure this one out. So we have interior underscore y is equal to 1, which means, we're starting back at the start of the text box drawing. We're going to say clear dialog box, which we'll do only if. So we're going to say if, we'll say key pressed. I don't know what we're going to do. So essentially we want if key pressed, then we want to clear a dialog box. And then go here. End. Running game logic at a different rate from graphics is really hard. Let's see. What distro are you using? I'm using Arch Linux and OpenBox as my Windows manager. So if continue or something like this. And just for now, I'm going to set continue equals to false up here. that doesn't make any sense. Continue is if we'll say text continue, maybe, and then we'll say text continue, and we're gonna set that equal to false to start, and we'll have like a flag that we mess around with. So if text continue, whatever, and then here we're gonna say else, and maybe continue. Okay, so this, I mean, this will do the same thing as it did before, I think. I don't know. Let's see. Okay, so almost right. The easier way, let's see. The easier way is to run draw and update sync. But maybe update takes time since the last frame. Yep. I would love to use Linux, but my wireless network card has no drivers for Linux. So I'm waiting until I'm able to get Ethernet. Yeah, I don't, like, obviously I'm a big Linux advocate, like a huge Linux and open source advocate. But I do openly admit, like, if you need to use Windows or you need to use Mac, just, I mean, there's nothing wrong with that. Like, if that's what you want to use it. Like, there's no problem. You know, so this will work. But let's see. So the easier way is to run draw and update in sync, but make update take a time since the last frame. The easier way is to run draw and update in a sync, but make update take a time since the last frame. Okay, I need to think about what you mean there. So what we're going to do is we're going to say, so we'll be in the middle of writing dialogue, right? And then, let's see. Lane Kawi 01. Thank you so much for following. Really appreciate it. So let's see. 4 eyes. Okay. First of all, we know that we're able to correctly parse text. That's good. We have made significant progress. So let's think here. What language? I'm using Julia. It's a language that's not particularly meant for this kind of stuff, but also I think it's kind of fun to try. So, let's see. Wait for key presses after n lines of printing to the clear. No, this is fine. So we have text continue. I guess the question is how time works in this game. Are there physics and that depends on time passing? Yes, there will be. So we definitely need a concept of time. But also, it doesn't have to be, yeah, okay, we definitely need the concept of time. Yeah. Yeah, because there's definitely going to be, like, yeah, there's definitely going to be stuff like that. Puzzles that require you to, like, there's definitely going to be puzzles that require time to move at a particular rate. I have Ubuntu on my Windows OS, so I use Linux for my dev engine. Right, I think that's common for most people as well. I think the Linux development environment is just way better than the Windows one, in my opinion, obviously. So that's typically what I did as well when I was younger. I really only used Windows for gaming, and don't get me wrong, like obviously there aren't very many games available on Linux, so you do tend to, like, you know, or at least there weren't at the time. So you did really have to like try to get gaming to work on your system, you know, so you had to dual boot or something like that. But nowadays it's not as bad. I think if I was a teenager now, I wouldn't even try doing Windows anymore. Did you stream Klima recently? No, I haven't been doing Klima streams. The problem is the Klima streams are so like deep in the Julia ecosystem that it's actually very difficult to follow, I think, from a streaming perspective. I'm not really sure if I want to do those streams anymore. Like, don't get me wrong, like Klima as a project is fine. Like, it's okay. It's just right now I'm not particularly thrilled to do it. So because of that, I end up getting like, it's not like I'm depressed, but I get into a mood when I'm doing Klima development, and it's really hard to get out of that mood to get into your stream mood, you know? So it's kind of one of those things. I've been kind of getting into cyber security, so I might install Kali Linux pretty soon. That should be fun. Yeah, honestly, I don't know much about cybersecurity. I did want to get a what is it called? It's a oh, what is it called? It's like a hacker, a certified ethical hacker license, but I ended up not doing that because I just didn't care so much about penetration testing and stuff. Sometimes stuff you can just do by checking the clock, but if there's something you want to calculate every frame, i.e. gravity or other forces, you'll need to do what Freeman said about updates. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to figure out as well. So I was trying to figure out what Freeman was saying. Like, that's what I was trying to figure out right now. So I think we do definitely need a concept of time, because, yeah, we'll be doing it. I mean, again, it is a terminal game, right? So you have limitations here, and we could make it so it's not that big of a deal, right? Because we could just say that each, like, it doesn't have to be real time, right? So, like, it could update every 1/60th of a second or something like that, right? And then we could just say that every frame is roughly equivalent to 1/60th of a second. And I think that'll be fine, right? Because we can still do all the physics equations we need for that. That's not going to be an issue. I don't think, anyway. So I believe that should be fine. I'm not too worried about it, because we don't have to do specific calculations or anything. It's just, we just have the time parameter increase by some time step every time we move forward. So besides which, we might want to, like, speed up the time. We'll figure that out. So let's just put that in the things to do. So write and quit vi run, and then run tests.jl. And in here I say eventually we need some sort of FPS counter, so let's just put a to-do statement in here. Ah, crap. Let's just remove that period at the end. So it's not 2 lines. Okay. So let's get back to the dialogue and let's try to figure this out. So right now this I mean, in principle will work. Like, it'll basically just say so write dialogue as a function will be active, and then we just, like, we just basically skip the function entirely if the screen is already filled. So if text is already in the string buffer or whatever, then we don't have to we just continue, right? And I think that's fine. Let's see, EXERR, thank you so much for following, really appreciate it. So let's see. We're gonna do interior y. If interior y is equal to 1, we clear the dialog. We can get this working, but let me think, what do we actually want to do? Is this the best way to do it? So this means we enter this function every single time. I feel like what we actually want to do is we want to have some sort of time associated with this. So I think what we'll do is we will have write dialog. And in here, I think what we want to do is we want to start giving dialog box a few extra parameters. So we're going to give it a parameter called, I don't know what to call it exactly, but this will be the number of steps that we need to take before printing. So I guess we'll call it print steps or something. And this is going to be of type int. And then for this convert for dialog box, we're just going to say this is default 2 or something like that. That's not particularly great. Are you aware of an HPC streamer? No, I don't know too many other HPC streamers outside of myself. So I don't know. Yeah, maybe there are other groups. There probably are. I just don't know them. So, okay. So let's see, dialog box source. This should be fine if we do it this way. Okay, so now let's down here. Let's first start by making it so it prints every, it prints like every few frames or something like that. Hydraulic press channel. Oh, HPC is high performance computing. So, and in here, I guess we're also just going to give it a time. So we'll say time step to start. I don't know if I like this implementation though, because then it means that we're just printing. And then, so we have this concept of time, and time is moving forward, right? And then the idea is that we want to, at a particular time, start writing dialogue. Mefmad, thank you so much for following. Really appreciate it. So the idea here is while, so let's see, we print characters one by one, right? And we're going to say, maybe I need this outside, like maybe I need write dialogue, like maybe I need another function in here. Like it's like add character or something like that. And so what this will do is it will add one character, and then we can just say every 2 frames or something like that, we add a character or something. So that's one way we could think about this. So we do write dialogue, and basically the way write dialogue works is that it just adds a character like every n steps to the dialogue box. So that's one way we could think about this. Or we could just say, or we could just go down here. I think this is actually what we want to do. We want to go down here and we just want to say if time step modulo print step equals 0, right? And then we just do this. Otherwise, we don't do anything. Oh, no. We only do this. We only go through this loop where this whole function, we only do if, we only go through the character loop if and only if, yeah, we only go through the character loop. So this whole loop, so here, if time step modulo print steps equals 0, and then we do end. Okay, so I think I do want this idea of an add character, and then we basically say, yep, so this is cool. Let me go catch up. Gamozo does some interesting HPC stuff with his new 128 core CPU. Should the dialog box parse the rest of the game? Pause the rest of the game, or does it keep running in the background? It keeps running in the background. That's why I have this continue statement in here. I mean, unfortunately, again, if we did multi-threaded stuff, we could have this running on a separate thread. That could be something that we do. Oh, there's also Coffee Before Arch. I just remembered him. He does some really cool GPU stuff. If you're interested in that kind of thing. So right now, let's just go ahead and write and quit here, and let's go into vi run, and then run tests.jl, and we should go to the write dialog. Write dialog. Come on, write here, dd, and let's just put it into the game loop down here. So we render objects, and then we write dialog, and then we add in a frame, which is going to be equal to step, I guess. Something like this. So this should kind of do what we wanted to do. Print steps. And this is going to be print steps, plural. Spectrum.main, this is going to break. Revise log record error evaluation, invalid redefinition of constant dialog box. Right, that's what I thought. Using revise spectrum, and let's see what this happens. What happens when we do this? I will say though, you know, okay, so I don't know what it is. I don't know if it's error on print steps not defined. Okay, cool. Undefined value error, dialog 59. 59. This is here. This is because it's box.printsteps. Control D, reset. Right, so I don't know if, maybe it's just Twitch, but I will say that, like, you know, these terminal streams, they're getting decent viewership, you know, which is kind of weird to me. Like, don't get me wrong, like, I'm happy that people are enjoying the content. Right, okay, so that didn't work. I'm happy that people are enjoying the content, which is, you know, it's great. But also, like, you know, it's kind of, I don't know, is it just because this is more approachable than my normal stuff? I'm interested to hear what you guys have to say about that, you know? Like, let's see, write dialogue in here. I enjoy these because I actually understand what's going on. Yeah, so that's what I was afraid of. I was afraid that most of my streams are just not, like, followable by most people, you know? And so I'm trying to think of ways to make my normal streams more followable, you know? Like, because right now, I think you're totally right. I think that, like, the only way you're going to follow the stream is if you come in at the start and you you listen to the intro so you understand what we're doing. Otherwise, I have to keep repeating the intro every single time someone comes in, right? So, like, maybe we should just start getting in a habit of clipping that intro so that, like, you know, I don't know if we can do a 7-minute clip, though. So it's just stuff I was thinking about, you know? I'm not really sure what to do. Because, like, the way I see it is, like, this type of stuff is way, like, in my opinion, less interesting than the stuff that I normally do. But I think it's just way more followable. Like, people understand what's going on a lot better, you know? And that says something, you know? I'm just here for the awesome VI terminal. That's fair enough. So yeah, I'm just wondering what you guys have to say. Lure them in with some syntax highlighting. No, I'm not gonna do that. um, I don't know. I'm curious to see what you guys have to say about that. Like for those of you who are normally watching my regular content, um, and then you're watching this content, because I was thinking about this for YouTube as well, right? Like the algorithm archive stuff I'm doing is just super interesting in my opinion. You know, we're going through all these new algorithms and methods and ideas and all this kind of stuff, and I find it incredibly cool and interesting and all this kind of stuff. But the viewership is just not matching that, you know? People are not, that into it, you know? I mean, don't get me wrong, I've got 67,000 subscribers, but again, it goes back to what I was saying before. Every time I put out a video, I lose subscribers because people are just not into it. Meanwhile, this is one of those things that I find fine. Like it's interesting enough, but like I have to motivate myself to do it. You know, I have to be like, okay, what is the point in doing this? What is the point in doing this? Whereas the algorithm archive stuff, never have to motivate myself. It's like, this is cool. Like it is undoubtedly cool. This is like, you have to really think about it to be cool, you know? Like, yeah, that's a good point about missing the intro. I've definitely jumped midway through some crazy algorithm and I felt hopelessly lost. Yeah, so I don't know what to do about that. And that's why I wanted to open the conversation, you know? Like, again, it's not like we have an insane number of people here either. Like 37 isn't as many as we used to get at the start of the year, you know? But for some reason, like, within the past few weeks, my viewership on Twitch has like dropped to 20 or something, you know, on average. No, not even on average, it's like 15 or something. Like it's just dropped a lot recently. And, you know, I don't like to like bring people down with conversations about numbers and stuff like that, but it's one of those things that like, you know, it does kind of bug you, you know? Like the other day I did a stream and like I had 2 people. It's like, come on, like I don't get it. Hard fun is hard. I love algorithms. I'm glad I found this open source project. I'm gonna plan on adding some JavaScript. Yeah, please do. Please add some JavaScript. Really appreciate that. Probably because it's summertime. Yeah, maybe. But like it's also summertime with coronavirus. Like, what are people actually doing? You know? I don't know. I mean, just because of how my recent videos have been doing and all that kind of stuff, I've just been very existential recently. I think it's a problem. Some people are getting tired of self-isolation. It's nice weather outside. Yeah, I guess, unless you're in the South. Um, in which case, like, you don't want to go outside. Let's go here. Right. Let's go here. Where am I? Ah, there. I'm down there. Of course I am. Right dialogue. Then running in sprinklers in their backyards. I guess so. So we are reading in a step. Step equals 1. We're adding step every time. And we're saying we're just going to write dialogue every other step. Let's see. But for some reason, this isn't really writing out correctly anymore. I'd say this is more interesting, not because it's easier to understand, but easier to see the purpose, if that makes sense. I mean, algorithm can be easy to understand, but it's hard to see where it would actually apply in real life. I feel like it's the direct opposite, you know? But I mean, that's just my perspective, right? Like for me, like you look at an algorithm, and it's like, that's cool. Like, it's like you look at a supernova. It's like, that's, okay, to me, it's not cool. But I can see a lot of people are like, oh, that's really cool. You know, it's like, I don't care about supernova. And I don't care about like, you know, climate science. I don't care about any of this kind of stuff. But a new algorithm, that's cool. Like that's something that is like it is unique. It's just there's nothing cooler than that. You know, I can't imagine anything cooler than that. You know, so that's kind of I don't know. That's from my perspective. Like it's just like learning a new algorithm is always cool. It's always fun. Games are just always like, you know, like you really have to motivate yourself to play. Like for me, I really have to motivate myself to play games. I'm really not into it. Like I have to like I really have to be like, I'm doing this for a reason. I'm doing this, you know, so I can do this. I'm doing, like, I have to motivate myself to do it. So I'm not saying this stream is that way. Like, this stream has been fine. It's just like, you get in and it's just a little bit less, like, you get to this point in stream where you've been streaming for 4 hours and it's just hard to keep going, you know? Meanwhile, the other streams are just kind of like, oh, this is super cool. You know, like, no doubt, like, everyone must be loving this. It's amazing, you know? I don't know. I just wanted to have an open conversation with you guys about it because I do feel like it is important to have an open conversations like these with your audience to see what people are interested in, you know? This is why I was thinking about changing up my YouTube content to be like a fundamentally different style that's way less like prepared, way less edited, you know? And it's just like basically clips of stream, you know, like things that I find interesting that I think people would also find interesting, you know, try to make it more clicky. I don't know. Like that's all I don't know. So yeah, that's kind of where I'm at there. I just don't know what to do because at this point, like, yeah, I don't know. I've been thinking about it a lot recently, just for various reasons. So write dialog is clearly not working, right? So let's do here, quit, write and quit. Let's go into dialog.j. Oh, maybe that's because I didn't do it right. Let's see what this does. Oh, it probably does the same thing. I was just browsing, let's see. Oh, I was just browsing Just Chatting a couple of days ago, and there was one girl that has a stripper pole in her room, and she performs. That's what chatting has become. Maybe. On the other hand, you can always look up the algorithm you need, but watching more general coding, you'll pick up neat tricks that you didn't know to look for. Yeah, I mean, that's generally true, but I feel like that's more true with the algorithm streams than it is for this stream. Like, here we're just doing kind of like brute force programming, you know? I'm writing a game too, and I like the esoteric languages. That's why I watch a stream. Yeah, we don't do too many esoteric languages on stream. We just talk about them a lot. So, okay, so let's see. What do we have here? Write dialogue. So what's the issue here? We have time step modulo print steps equals 0. Then we're going to go through for I is equal to 1 to length of text array. We say character array. So J is going to be... Oh, I see. I have this all mixed up. This should be up here. And that should be if interior y is equal to 1. Yep. We end there. Then we do for and write this, go over here. Now let's try it. Not quite. We'll get there. Julie's pretty esoteric for me, but right is not the same as... Yeah, I don't think it's esoteric. Like, it's used for a lot of things, and it's been proving itself recently. Sure, it might not be used, like, for... It's like Linux. It's not used for, like, desktop computing stuff. It's used for, like, HPC stuff right now. But it'd be hard to call it esoteric, I would say, in my opinion. I don't know. So, let's see. This guy moves around just fine. So what's the issue? So we say if... For J in length text array, we do interior Y. So we're iterating through J. Okay, I see what we need to do. This is we're not doing this right. DD here, DD there. Is that right? Yeah, and then we do 4x. There. I think uncommon is a better description. Yeah, maybe uncommon. Yeah, that's probably true, right? I'm super into Julia, so I see it like it's the only language that we use, right? So, but like saying it's esoteric would mean that no one uses it, but it's really caught on the scientific computing space, you know. But the truth is, like, most people don't know scientific computing tools; they just don't. And this is like, I guess you're right. It's uncommon, right? Probably only like maybe 5%, maybe not even 5%, maybe even 1%. Of developers are scientific computing developers. And there are reasons for that we've talked about many times before on stream. So Julia isn't really seen by people outside of that sphere. So, okay, so what are we going to do here? We're going to say, we're going through each of these elements in our text array. Essentially, I only want to plot every other... So we need some idea of what J is, right? So let's see. I say change your titles to match the most probably search query from a YouTube user for educational content. I found titles with how to X or what is X tend to have better viewership. Retention is entirely different. Yeah. So talking about YouTube there, I do that, right? I definitely do that. So like, for example, we go to, my channel, you know, so like my most recent video was how to color complex, or I guess how to plot complex functions would have been the more like common way to put that. But I think I tried how to color complex function. But yeah, how iterative function systems, that'd be the one that you search for this one. Gaussian elimination, like you're going to be searching for these particular words. So like Gaussian elimination, you're going to search for Gaussian elimination because you're going to find it in math class. Simulating quantum systems, that's probably what you'd search for, not split operator method. Huffman encoding, again, I thought this was the one that you'd find in math class, which is why I called it that one. Ford Euler, you know, so I do tend to try to do that, you know, like what is an eigenvector, what's a determinant, what's Monte Carlo, what's the fast Fourier transform. Impossible lenses was an outlier, you know, stuff like this. So, so if you index with 0 in Julia, do you get a key error or something? You don't get a key error, you get an out of bounds error. Let's see. So I just need to think about how to do this. So right now we are printing appropriately. That's fine. We're definitely printing right. What I might do, guys, so it's coming on 6 o'clock. I've been streaming for 4 hours and 30 minutes. I might close shop for now, and come back tomorrow to work on this because I just need to think it through. And right now my brain's kind of fried. I realize that, a lot of streamers can go for 8 hours streaming and stuff like that. That's not me. I've never, like, this is a long stream for me, and I don't really have the stream stamina to really keep going at this point. For some of the reasons I spoke about before, it's not exactly a motivation issue. It's just like, I'm constantly like questioning myself nowadays as to what the appropriate content is that I should be making, like what people expect, whether I should, even continue in academia or like try to create like an open source research institute or something like that. Like there's a bunch of questions like this on my mind. And I'm just trying to think of ways in order to make this all work. So, I've been just a lot of existential dread and stuff like that. And also, stuff at work has just been getting stressful recently. So, all of those different reasons. So I might go ahead and call it for now. And I will be back at probably 4 o'clock p.m. Eastern time tomorrow. And I will try to come up with kind of a rough sketch for what we want to write for this dialogue box tomorrow. And go from there. As for the Open Source Research Institute, I guess I can talk about it for 2 seconds before I end stream. Right, so what I've been realizing is, like, there's a lot more money on YouTube and online than there is available via grants. Just, it's insane how much more money is available online. Like, you have Linus Tech Tips running a group of, like, 20 people, right? And that's a tech channel. Like, you have Marcus Brownlee, doing a similar thing. Chucks, thanks for following. You've got a bunch of YouTubers who are making enough money to run a reasonably sized lab, just off of, donations, off of, YouTube views, off of this kind of stuff, and it would be great if we could actually just run a lab off of that income. The question is whether I should do the research as part of academia or outside of academia, all this kind of stuff. So that's kind of where I'm at there. I haven't really, I've sussed it out, like what the funding model would be and all that kind of stuff. But yeah, it's hard because, for example, 3 Blue and Brown and Primer Learning and all these people, like they just, at the stage that I'm at on YouTube, they kind of just quit their job and then they started making YouTube videos full time. And it worked out for them, I mean, almost everyone who's gotten to my stage on YouTube, if they just quit their job and they focus on YouTube, usually does pretty well for the educational space. That's not true for gaming spaces, but specifically for the educational space. LTT is regularly selling their soul to sponsors, though. It's not your average YouTuber. Even so, the fact that their funding model works is the thing that's interesting there. Like, for example, I could imagine doing a scientific computing like series sponsored by CUDA or sponsored by NVIDIA, where we talk specifically about how to write for GPUs. That's something I have specific expertise in, and it'd be a great partnership. And a bunch of other things like that. Like, I could talk about how you'd want to do EC2, like the elastic compute nodes and stuff like that with Amazon. Like, I have different people that could definitely sponsor me for scientific computing. And there's no one taking up those sponsorships, right? And no one who has the right audience to be sponsored to use those sponsorships. So there's a lot of potential there. But anyway, I am going to close now just because I'm a bit tired. I think I'm going to, maybe go for a swim and then come back and try to figure out this. The main thing is I can't quite figure out how to have time work independently of, writing dialogue and stuff like that. So I need to just kind of think through this a bit. It might be one of those things that I do off stream and then I come back and we have it working for tomorrow. Yeah, sorry, Hex, for coming in late. But tomorrow I will be streaming around this time. I might start a few hours earlier and we might do a Klima stream tomorrow. I don't know if we can do a Klima stream. Yeah, we might try to do a Klima stream tomorrow afternoon. We'll see. But I should definitely be live around this time, and we'll work on the terminal game some more, and we'll see how it goes. So again, right now we do have, we have something working. We have a text box. Okay, let me get back to the text box that was working before, because right now this text box is definitely not working. What did I do to break it? Let me just do get reset. Get diff. What did I do? A dialog box, and the only thing I did is add print steps, and then I added this idea of a continue and FPS and write dialog. How did I break it? Get reset. Let's go over here. Q, run again. Q, Control D, Julie double dash project. I know this was working just a second ago, right? Something I learned when making... Yeah, state machines do solve everything. Yeah, I'm just trying to think of the best way to redo that. I know it was working, and now it's not working. Crap. Okay, well, let's fix this, and then we'll go ahead and close stream after that. So we'll get this working, and then we'll find someone to raid. So, you know, since we're fixing this, if you guys have anybody that want to raid at the end of stream, feel free to let me know, and we'll think about that. Okay, so let's do get... Oh, I did a freaking reset! Crap! I meant to do get stash. Crap! Okay, so we're gonna have to do Control D. Let's go into VI. We're just gonna have to make these changes now, because that's the life I lead. Dag nabbit, that sucks so much. Okay, so VI, objects, for Pete's sake. Then VI dialog.jl. And here we're gonna make it so dialog box has, oh, what? Oh, never mind, we're okay. I didn't reset hard. Okay, so it should be okay, because I think if I do a get diff now, we should have all the same changes. Okay, I was really worried for a second. But I think this is all the same changes that we have. So let me just go over here. And let's see, write dialog. It looks like it's all the same changes. Yeah, it is. Okay, cool. I was really worried about that. So now let's do get stash is what I meant to do. Get stash. And now we're going to do Julia double dash project. Run using revise and check that. Because I think the text box will work in that case. And then we just got to figure out what to do from there. $1 million. I don't know. I feel like get undo is... Okay, so this is working now. So why isn't it working when we apply the changes? So we'll do get stash. Control D. Get stash apply. So what changes did we do here? So we only really changed dialogue, I think. So we do write... Oh, it's probably because of writing dialogue every step now. That's probably what changed it. Yeah, that's almost certainly what changed it. I'm going to leave it as is. We know it's working on GitHub. Let's go ahead and see who we want to raid at the end of stream. So let's see. We've got Lana Lux, Rocket Sage. Let's see. Strager. How about we do Rocket Sage? I feel like it's been a while since we did Rocket Sage. Let's do that. So let's go ahead and raid Rocket Sage. Sage. Cool. Okay, guys, thank you so much for coming in. With Git reflog, you can undo the reset and pretty much everything as far as I know. Ah, cool. Anyway, thank you guys so much for coming in. Have a wonderful day, night, afternoon, morning, evening, whatever time it happens to be your time. And I will see you guys around next time for the next episode of Simuleos. Should be around this time tomorrow. Hopefully, I'll see you there. Bye, guys.